Hello everyone and welcome to this session on Selenium training. Selenium is a free automated testing framework used to validate web application across different browsers and platforms. You can use multiple programming languages like Java, C Sharp, Python, etc. to create Selenium test scripts. Several companies are spending a lot of money for the testing tool while Selenium is available completely free for the performance test. This open source tool is well known for its unlimited reach and capabilities. The main feature of Selenium is its testing capability across different browsers and operating systems. In this session, you'll be learning Selenium testing right from scratch. So let's see the agenda for the session. First, we'll be talking about introduction to Java. Then we'll be talking about Java variables and data types. And then we'll be talking about how to install Java, JVM, JRE, Java IDE. Then we'll be discussing about what is Selenium. After that, we'll be talking about components of Selenium. After that, we'll be doing an hands-on on installing Selenium. Then we'll be talking about what is XPath. After that, we'll be talking about CSS selectors used in Selenium. Then we'll be talking about data-driven testing. Furthermore, we'll be talking about career guide in automation testing. So that's all with the agenda. Now let's start the session. But before we begin the session, make sure to subscribe to our channel and press the bell icon so that you'll never miss any update from us.
Let's begin the session. We have already set up the required environment for starting with the Java programming. So we created already a project called Intel 2 and we already created some packages. So let's create a new package for today's session. So within the source, right click new. So within the new, we go for the package option. So I would name the package based on date wise, today's date, con December 05. So this is the package. Within this package, I'll create one file. So today we'll start with the Java. So in this document, we just move to the topics of Java. So this is all setting up the path of the environment variable in Java, Eclipse installation, creating the project. These are the steps. Okay, this we already done there. So we need the prerequisites to learn the Selenium is the core Java knowledge we require. So under core Java, you should know Java fundamentals like what is a class, what is a method, what is an object, data types, variable concept. All operators are acceptable in Java. Decision making concept, loops concept. Okay, these things we should be aware of. So we'll start from here onwards. So before going to decision making, we will have, so whenever we write a Java program, what a Java program contains. So Java program, okay, let us create one basic program here, Java class. Within our package, we are creating a class. Sample is the class name. I'm just following the naming convention of any class. The naming standard of Java for class is class name starts with capital, following by smaller case characters. This is the format of the naming convention in Java for a class. So it is not compulsory, but we are just following the standards. So sample is the class name. This class is going to be a public class. For execution, we add this public static void main. So once your class is available, this is your program, you can say Java program. So what it contains? It is containing right now main method, public static void main. This is your main method. So one point the program will contain is the main method. Apart from this, I can say many other things. I can create user-defined methods. User-defined methods you can create. I can also create variables and constructors. So these are the only four components you can add in a program. One is main method. Main method objective is it is useful for executing the program, to run the program. Okay. Only one main method you'll find in the program. User-defined methods can be any number as per your requirements are. So user-defined methods is useful to write your logic. Your requirement, based on your requirement, you want to write your logic, you can write in your user-defined methods. Variables objective is to store the data. If I want to do some operation on some data, so I should keep that data in a variable first. It's like a storage place. It allocates the memory and stores the data and gives a reference for that data. That is variables. You can create multiple variables if you require, and those variables will be used in the logic of in your user-defined methods. Constructors, if you want, you can define constructors in the program. Constructors role would be initializing the value to variables. Means directly you can take one variable and give data initially before only, or during runtime. If you want to pass some values to those variables, you can take help of these constructors, because constructors help in initializing the value for your variables at runtime. Got it? So these are the different, what is the importance of these components. So right now our program sample.java has only the main method. So now we will start with variables. Variables is to store some value. So when you say saving some value, obviously it has to allocate a memory, and there inside that memory value should be saved. Whenever I need this value, I should go to this memory. So I should have some name to this memory, to point to this memory. That is nothing but called as variable. Suppose x is a variable name. X is pointing to this memory, and here some value 5 is there. Wherever I would use x in the method, in the logic, all those places 5 will be replaced. So x is a variable and 5 is a value for it. Okay, so memory variable is nothing but a memory reserved to hold the data in it. So any operation you do, whether you want to save the username, password, adding some numbers, anything, you should have some variables holding the data. Now memories can hold different values. Memories can hold a characters. Okay, memory can hold a number or a floating value, 2.2 decimal number also. So any type of data a variable can hold, right? So you need to reserve, but this memory should hold only the whole numbers, real numbers. It should not take any other data type. So from here, the data type concept comes. Data type means the type of data this memory is going to store. So here only numbers are allowed here. So I should declare this variable pointing to this memory with a data type. Say, suppose it is numbers, there is a data type in Java called int. So I should initially declare the variable with the data type and then store the number. So int is a data type. So that in this x place, I can change the values, but only of number type. Characters will not come there. Here also, as you're storing character, so y is a variable of type char. Char is a data type. So y will hold any only characters. As it is holding a decimal number, there is a data type called float. So this variable is capable of holding any decimal number, but not other data type values. This is the concept of variables, right? So to know more, understand more details under data types, you can check with. So data types in Java are divided into two types: primitive and non-primitive. Primitive in the sense they have fixed size. That means when you go for any number, say you're having a number data type, integer. So it has some limitation. Beyond that value, it cannot take. Such data types comes under primitive, means they have a capacity of holding minimum value and max value. Those data types are called as primitive data types. So the data types in Java coming under primitive are Boolean, character, byte, short, int, long, float. These all comes under primitive data types. Non-primitive are the one which automatically resizes it, makes space for storing the information. Like if you add data, it increases the memory. If you reduce the information, it shrinks down. So that is called, comes under the category of non-primitive. So the examples of non-primitive in Java are the program, the classes what you create are non-primitive. The interfaces you create are non-primitive. Okay, arrays are non-primitive, strings are non-primitive. Okay, so this comes under non-primitive. How are they are non-primitive is, suppose in this sample.java program, this is the basic memory required to solve this information. If I add here a statement, okay, suppose if I add a statement here and keep on adding multiple statements, so there is no one is asking any question here. Nothing is stopping me from adding these values because it automatically increases the memory as you keep on adding the data. So your class is an example of non-primitive. Okay. So similarly, you have also a concept called interfaces, arrays. As we go on, we will understand that later. So these are the data type types. So the data types, that's what here broadly classified as primitive and non-primitive. Under non-primitive, you come across a category of class, interface, string, array, all those. And primitive, which has fixed size, they are divided into predefined classes. These are not user-defined class. These are predefined, coming with your Java software. Boolean, B capital. This is a class. This is a class. Character is a class. Integer is a class. Floating point. Now Boolean has a data type. Boolean, smaller case. This is a data type which can hold only the value either true or false. Character, char is a data type which can hold only single character as a data. Integer can hold numerical values, numbers only, byte, short, long, which differs in sizes. All are for storing the whole number but differs in size. Float and double are for storing the decimal numbers. Okay, so the use of data types is to store data. So how to use it? We'll take one example. So I'm creating a class data types demo. So I'm writing inside the public static void main itself the variables. Here, first let me take a variable n1. Any name I can take for the variable n1, which is going to hold a number, semicolon terminated. So this is a variable and a value. You should give data type to your variable. I have to, as this is a whole number, it comes under the category of number. So the data type is int. Okay, so this is the declaration of a variable and assigning a value. So here you're doing two steps, declare plus initialize. I can also just declare the variable integer n2. This is only declaration. First you're declaring and then I can give n2 is equal to 9. This is initialize. And these are the whole numbers. Now if you want a char data type, char variable name, character should be given in a single quotes. Any character, semicolon. If you have Boolean data type, variable name, I should give either true or false directly. Only two values it accepts. So now if I want to just print these variables, values of these variables, n1, print that n1, then n2 variable. I can also print in the same line with a space. This is a joiner, concat operator. Concat operator, a variable, again I'm adding a space to it, join with another variable, join with a space again, one more variable. Okay, let's run this. So this is our values 10. So first n1 value is printed, then n2, C, character and the boolean with a space. So if you want to add some message to this variables, you can also add it. Just a message here, concat. The message is the value of n1 is something. So the message with the variable value is printed. Okay. So this is how you can store the values in a variables and retrieve it to display it. Okay. So we have some more data types here. We took only character, boolean, yeah, and going ahead you have float. F1 is a variable, 2.2 f. If you don't give f, it gives you an error that it cannot convert the float value, the double value into a float variable. Let's say error. Type mismatch cannot convert double to float. Okay, so because by default it is treated as double. And if you want to store the values in a double, okay. So these are your data types, even string S capital, it's a class actually. You can pass any characters, any numbers as a string message, and we can print out all these values, F1, okay, that's your output. So this is called as a variables. So once variables are done with the data types, what is user defined methods? The method where I want to write my project with respect to my project, the requirements, implement the logic for my requirements. So I can create user defined methods. Now basic syntax of any method is, now method is part of a class, right? This is my class. Inside class already you have main method. Same way outside this main method, inside your class, I can create user defined methods. So in user defined method syntax is, method means you should have some name for your method. Suppose display is my method name. Method should have simple brackets. As you see here, main is a name, simple brackets are there, if required input might be there, and a body. So same way, simple brackets and body, and method has some output. If there is no output, mention as void. So this method initially I'm saying there's no output. It's not compulsory that this method should return some value after execution. So I make it void. This is the basic syntax of any method. The return type of the method, method name, input, provision for input to the method if required, and this is the body for the method, right? Any method you should define in this way. Our method name is display. Now here you can implement anything, display method executed. Okay, so our class has one user defined one method and one main method. We can execute it, and but there is no output. So anything if you want to execute it, they should be called within the main method. This method should be called over here. How it should be called? As this method belongs to the class, you must have the reference of this class first. Java is an object-oriented programming language. Everything which is in Java should be accessed with object, with reference, with instance of that class. Anything if I want to access from a particular class, first I have to create object for that class. An object should always be created in the main method only. Okay, so let's create the object first. So I want to create object for this class name. Any object you can take. M1 is my object name. New class simple bracket. This is the object creation process. My object name is M1. This M1 is of type method demo class. The type, see, data type is what? C is a variable of type character, right? Same way, M1 is an object of type of this class. Means with this M1, I can access anything belonging to this class. M1 is an object, M1 is an instance, M1 is a reference for this class now. Now, as this object need to be saved in the memory itself, you must allocate a memory for it. That happens with a new keyword. In Java, whenever you see new, understand it is allocating a memory for that object. It's a memory allocation. Now, how you're allocating a memory and creating this object with this? This is actually a constructor. Constructor name should always match with class name, and like method simple brackets. Okay, this is compulsory. For object creation, constructor is required. This is the syntax for object creation. Okay, once object is ready, m1 dot. Now you see in this list anything from your class. Here is my class, method demo. Last words are representing the class. Main method is here. So I want to call display method. So from this class, call the display. No input, output is void. Method is called. Okay, now we can run it. Now you find the output is there. Fine. Hope that's clear now. This is one user defined method. I want to create one more user defined method here. Okay, let's take one more example. Addition demo. I'm doing a task of addition here. Now, as it is an plan for addition, create a method for addition. The return type I say void. Add is a method name, simple brackets, and the logic. Now, if I want to add a numbers, I need to save the numbers in variables, right? Okay, let's declare the variables in the class only because they are also part of class. Take two variables, declaration integer, n1 variable, whatever the number, integer n2 number. Two variables you have. So take the variables and write the logic. Once you add up, the result should be saved to a variable. This result I'll save to a variable, and that variables also should be declared. It should be declared. As it is holding numbers, I make it to integer. Done. So the final answer is here. If you want to display, you can surely print it out, the result. If you want a message, you can add a message. Fine. Now you must call the add method in the main method. As this all belongs to the class, do object creation first. Class name, object name, new of the class constructor. A is my object now. A dot. Here you see from our class, I can see add n1, n2. n1 and n2 are variables. Add is a method. Now, how do you differentiate? Variables you can find with their names directly and immediately a colon with the return types, outputs. Output means the data types. Method will always have accompany with a simple brackets. Add simple brackets. Clone simple bracket that belong to an object class. Object is a super class of all classes in Java. Equals, yes, simple brackets. Now it is having some input of type object. Finalize, no input, simple brackets. So these all are methods, predefined methods from object class. So from our class, user defined class, our user defined method is add. No input, simple brackets, colon, output is void. On top, variable outputs are integers because they are holding some numbers. They can return. So int is the return type. Hope you can understand now. So I'm calling the method here. Add is okay. If you want to call that n1 and n2, surely you can call that a dot n1. As n1 is returning number, it's compulsory I should pass that result to a variable. Add is returning void, nothing. So I can just call method directly. That's it, leave it. But n1 if I call, I must assign that result to a variable of that matching data type. It's compulsory. Got it? As the result is in x now, you can print the value of x. Okay, if I don't want this x, you can call this variable directly in the print statement, like we do for n2, a dot n2. n2 is returning number, now integer. Yes, that return integer will be printed out directly. Got it? Now as we execute it, so here you can see the final execution. Execution starts from your main method. Object created add is called. When add is called, that time it will the add method start executing this block. That time it will see n1 and n2 required. That time it verify the look forward for these variables, pick the data, calculate, print out. This is the output. Come back to the calling point and then see it is calling the variables. That time it will check the variable value, print it, come back, get that value, come back, print it out, 77. The next variable data, print it. This is how the, so to, even though they are defined in your class, you need object to access them, right? That's clear. So the importance of variables, importance of method, object creation and accessing that content in the main method for execution. Fine. So if you want, I can call these methods in another class. Okay, let's. Now it is up to you. Wherever you want to create a class, you can do. In sales package, let me create a class. In sales package, I'm creating a class called demo, which has its own main method. Okay, so both are lying in different packages. Yes, but then to I can create object for this class over here. During object creation, you see some red lines there. Just make a mouse over and see. Cannot be resolved. This class is not understood by that package. So fixes are there. What to be done? Import it. Import this class from that package. So it got imported. Once imported, in the sense it gave permission to access it. So now it is object is created. With this object, you can find nothing. Okay. Here I could see sub method was there n1 n2, but here I am not able to see getting. So here a dot, I could still see n1 n2 and sub, but there I was not able to see, even though class is visible, because your class is public. Public means visible throughout the project, but the content within this class n1 n2 and this sub are not public. Main method is public, but these are not public, so you cannot see them. If I make this method as public, okay, now it is public. Now you'll find the sub method, and I'm good to run it. This is your addition. These numbers are added. Okay. If you take this example, the variable which is declared inside a method, that's a local variable. Now integer res is a local. Okay. I'll take one more variable, integer n1 22. This is local variable. Now I have already n1 outside the method, and inside also has the same variable n1. They are not duplicated, they are different because the scope is different. This is a class level variable, means the span of this variable is throughout the class up till the class ends. Anywhere you can access this n1. But this n1 is only within the method, within these 3 lines. After this method, outside this method, there is no reference to this n122. This is local variable. Res is also local variable. The variable declared inside the methods are local variables. And the variables declared in the class level are global instance variable. Global because they are available throughout the class. Anywhere you can access them with object. Okay, now here can I declare one more variable integer? No, they gets duplicated. N1 is not acceptable. You should take another variable name. So this is duplicating, means in the same level I cannot take same name for variable, neither same method also you can't access. But now they are not duplicated as the scope is different. Fine. Now what is static? Non-static. Non-static is simple here. Everything is non-static here except your main method. Everything is non-static. Wherever you see keyword static, it is static. These all are non-static. I don't see static here. So this is non-static. Non-static, anything which is non-static, you need always object to access it. Even your method sub is non-static. So to call sub method, you need object. Okay. But say if n2 is static, I made n2 as static. So it is global and static variable. If it is static, you can call with object also. You can call directly also. You can call it with class name also. My class name is addition demo dot n2. Means anything which is static without object, you can access it. But non-static data, you need object for accessibility. Okay. And as we are talking about methods, method types. Now, when we discussed a simple method of addition, this method addition, whatever the sub you have here, it is no output, no input. This is the place where you give input, and this is the place where you mention the output. So this method is without input, without output. So you can make different combinations with on it. Method with no input, IP means input, no output. Okay, this is one type of method. With output we can make, with input and output, the possible 4 combinations. This is just a simple class. Now this class you can't run because there is no main method. Okay. In this class I'll keep first method void addition, no input. And as we are doing an addition, let us take 2 variables. The logic which we already did, add up. Okay, this is the method. Now this method is no input, no output. Now for execution purpose, okay, let us take this demo class. I've just commented that because this demo class has a main method, so I want to call this method. Means first need to create object for our class. So it is up to you. You can take a one more new class, create object and do the execution. I'm just taking some existing class. So it has both are lying in different packages. You need to import it. Once imported, m dot, you can find add is not coming, yeah, because they are not public. For visibility, if I would have created this class in the same package, you don't need object, you don't need public. Okay, as you run this addition output. Now this output is not because of return type, it is only because of statement printing out. If you don't add this statement, then too your method will be executed but no output display. So that's what it says. There's no compulsory returning output. Void is the return. And if I go with the second type of method with output, method name should not be duplicated. I go for subtract. So two numbers subtracted when you say with output. When I add two numbers, subtract two numbers, the result is a number. Int is a return type. So whatever the return type is there, add the return type.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Selenium by answering this question. Select the language which is not supported by Selenium. A. PHP, B. Java, C. ASP, D. C#. Comment your answers in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answers. Now, let's continue with the session.
Now this is not compulsory. Whenever a method is having a return type, there's a red line, make a mouse over C. The method must return the result of type integer. Then what to do? The fixes are add return statement in the body. If you're not adding it, make that return type to void. Second option. So if I say add return statement, so it adds what? The variable holding the result will be returned. It's compulsory. Return must be there if there is a return type. So now how to call these kind of methods? Your method object dot, there's a sub there. Sub is your add was returning void, but now sub is returning integer. As it is returning, it's compulsory. You must assign to a variable of type int. Now your result is in S now. As it is returned, I can print it. 22 is your subtraction. Now there is no any message also. I commented out this line. If you want, you can keep it or you can add here the comment. Okay, this is your return. Now similarly, if you have input, okay. So now we are looking for with input multiplication. So when you're adding some input with no output, so I made it void input. So two numbers we require. You can take any data type as you wish. So I took here two numbers A and B, and those two numbers should be multiplied here. So as you're multiplying N1 and N2, N1 take the data from A, N2 take the data. So as you took A and B into N1 and you're just doing the calculation, and here multiplication is, as there is no return type, we just want to see the result, we are just printing out. That's it. You can call the method m dot multiply with two inputs. So whatever number we would provide here in the calling stage will be taken as an input in the form of A and B and then replace over here and do the calculation. As there is no return type, you can print it directly. Call the method. So multiplication is 12. Now as it is doing 12, means 4 and 3 are replacing the old values of N1 and N2. N1 and N2 were 55 and 33. Now they got modified into 4 and 3 permanently. Now henceforth, whatever operation you may do with N1 and N2 is 4 and 3. Okay, that's a behavior of your variables. Fine. And finally, with input and output. So you have two inputs. Okay, let me make one as float. One input is number, other as float. You're going to divide it. So A and B, which are coming here, A is fine, but B is a problem because B value will be a float, which cannot be saved to an N2 which is of type integer, right? So what I can do better, you have different solutions. Do the typecasting, convert to N2 as float or convert B as int. So I'll make this as to float. I'm declaring N2 as a variable of float holding B value, and when you divide, your division also will be float, which cannot be saved to res of int. So this also should be float. So once this is float, return type is float, so this must be float, and then it adds the return clause, return the result. Okay. Now as the method is returning, I will call it in the print statement directly because it is returning some value. The division input is there, output is there. Input is a number, then a float value 3.2f. So 1.25 is the result. Whatever it is returning, it's returned and printed over here. Okay. So these are the different types of methods based on the input and output of the method. That's clear? Okay. And finally, you have access modifiers for methods. Access modifier means which decides the level of accessibility, level of calling. Means if a method is of one type, can you call or not? That is decided by access modifiers. One is default, public, private, and protected. The same access modifiers you can use it for your variables also. Variable, default variable, public variable, private and protected variable. What happens if it is a default? Up till now, most of the methods what we discussed are default. When you don't have that access modifier, public, it becomes default. Void sub and this code is a default method. Okay. Anyways, we'll take a separate class for it. And in the sales package also, I'll create one more class sample. Okay. And I'll take one more class in the same package. Here I can take as a demo. Okay, demo is in the same package. So first, let us create one method with access modifier simple, default. Means void. I'll write method name also default only so that it is easy for us default one, because default is a keyword. I cannot use it for method. So default one, and I'm printing here just a message default. So as there is no access modifier here, this is a default. So how do you access it? So in its own class, everything is accessible. Even though it is public, default, anything is accessible in the own class. So only the problem comes with other classes and other packages. Okay. So let's try first in the same package what all is accessible. So you can access with object in the input. That's the object creation stage. Fine. So first let's add all the methods and then look forward for the accessibility. This is one method. To make this as a public, add the access modifier public. Okay. Similarly, next method is protected private. Message type is private. The fourth one is protected. So we are not concentrating on now on the return type and input. We are just understanding the accessibility. So 4 types of accessibility are here: default, public, private, protect. Now if I access it in the main method of the same class, everything will be accessed. So we look forward now. Which method will be accessed by the class in the same package? So a dot. You find here default is there, protected is there, public is there. Default, protected, and public. In the sense, except private, all types of access modifier methods are allowed. Private, whenever you make your method as private, method access modifier as private, it is only accessible within that class. It is nowhere outside visible, even with object. You cannot access it. Means it hides that method from other classes. Got it? This is what accessibility, level of accessibility. Okay. Now next, what all is available to the other package classes? We have here the sample package e1 dot. You can see public only available. That's it. Nothing else. Only the methods which are public are exposed to other packages. Default will never come out of its default is something local within that package. Protected will not come. Protected will be coming only if there is some relation between the classes like parent child inheritance is there, then protected will come, otherwise not. Public only is visible from everywhere in your project. Got it? So this is the accessibility. Now the same rules are applicable to your variables as well. When you're declaring a variable, I think if I go for addition, when you go for addition program, this is no access modifier, right? So this is default. This is default. If you want to make this to public, make it public. If you want to make this to private variable. If any variable protected, this way you can also add access modifiers for variables as well. It's the same behavior is the same as like methods. Okay. If any passwords are there, tokens are there, I want to make it private, you can declare in this way and assign the values. Okay. So this is all about what methods and variables.
So we are going to be the functional testers. So non-functional is entirely a different part. So non-functional testers, they see the overall performance of the application. Once you complete the testing, the non-functional test carried on, where you give more importance to the behavior, you mean to say the performance, load period, loading time of the application. Okay, these things are checked in the non-functional. So for that, you have a separate team to work on the non-functional. So the similar way, we are going to see the Selenium as this, the training is on Selenium with Java. So why we are preferring Selenium? Because mainly it is an open source. Open source, multiple technologies are supported here like Java, Python, Ruby. It supports different operating system, Windows, Mac, Linux. Okay. So these are some of the important features of Selenium along with open source. So as it is an open source and other features are supported, the job openings are more, the projects found are more as compared to the QTP projects, and even industries preferring to set the environment for or use this Selenium automation for their projects. So as you need Selenium to work on, so what is the history? It is a product of ThoughtWorks company. So, so in 2004, this product was developed and been using so many years, and it is successful. And then they made it an open source. So this Selenium is now available for every user, free of cost. You can download and use it. So when you say Selenium, it has multiple components: Selenium IDE, WebDriver, Selenium RC, remote control, and Selenium Grid. So even though you see here 4 components, but currently available are only 3. That is, IDE is available, WebDriver, and Grid. You can check here. You can navigate to the site where you can get the Selenium softwares. The Selenium div.div site is available, where we get all the components and their information. On this side, these are the components which are available: Selenium WebDriver, Selenium IDE, and Selenium Grid. When you say you're working on Selenium, it is all about Selenium WebDriver. IDE and Grid is almost not used, you can say. Grid in some very rare scenario they do it, but IDE is not at all used. Where IDE is going to just help the tester for himself to identify the functionalities, like more of like exploratory testing. Like you want to explore the features of that particular application. For that, you can use this IDE, because IDE is going to depend on the recording and running the script. So more of like this IDE looks in this manner. It's like a plugin. It's a plugin where you can just start recording, and the actions you do on the main application gets recorded. Okay, for exploring or tracking some of the basic test steps, you can use this ID. RC is not at all in the list. If you see the RC, you don't see anywhere. But before WebDriver, it was having RC control. And that RC is being modified into WebDriver. So that modification is nothing but you see here server, right? So this server is replaced in the Selenium WebDriver. So once there is no server, the script which you write over your Eclipse is going to communicate directly with the browser and output is viewed on the browser. So without any server in between. That is what is the architecture of the WebDriver, Selenium WebDriver. Okay, so grid is something where we want to test the application parallelly. I want to on different environments. Like you want to test the application on Mac machine, Linux, Windows with different browser configurations. So to save time, I can set up this grid environment. Setting up multiple servers and executing and controlling that environment would be a little bit tedious job and costly as well, because servers allocating a server is somewhat costly. So every company can't afford to allocate those many servers for grid testing, because hardly some projects you get for grid testing that you can easily done it by.
Just a quick info, guys. If you wish to learn testing and make a career in it, then we have a good news for you. Intellipaat provides Test Architect Master course in collaboration with IBM and Microsoft. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Outsourcing that grid testing. So we have companies like Source Lab who do grid, who have already set the grid environment. They take such projects, perform grid testing, give you the report. Okay, so better as an interview point of view, we can understand what is architecture of grid setting, how the commands are used, because here we cannot connect many servers. We'll just demonstrate a basic structure, how the grid would carry on. So these are the basic components of WebDriver. So the main component which we work is our WebDriver, Selenium WebDriver. Now, what is the architecture of Selenium WebDriver? These are the features, open source, operating system support, and so on. So features of WebDriver, after understanding them, now we are going to set up the environment. Now, the required environment for Selenium is we already have the Java installed, because we are going to understand Selenium with Java. So Java anyways is set up. You already created Java project. Then Eclipse is available, right? You have created package. You know how to create a Java class with main method and how the JDK is helping out to set up everything. This all we are aware of. Now what we need is we need Selenium jar files. So this is what Selenium WebDriver jar files. We have to download it from the Selenium div site, add it to your working project, okay, to your project. So after that is done, your output, when you write some automation script in the main method and run, the output is viewed on a browser. Now to open the browser, now on your system you already should have a browser. If you are planning to work on Chrome browser must already be installed. If you want to automate the application on Firefox must be there. See, on my machine I don't have Safari. Then I can't automate anything with Safari because I don't have that browser at all on my system. So first thing, on whichever browser you're going to automate, that browser must already be there. Along with that, I should have drivers also, browser drivers. So what is the use of this driver? This driver is going to trigger your browser to open, because I'm not going to open the browser manually. Your script will open. Through the script it happens. So in the script, I'll using these drivers. Then when it runs, the driver is going to trigger your browser, and that you see it has been launched. So whichever browser you're planning to work with, that type of driver is required to be downloaded first. So if you're working with IE, Chrome, Firefox is a driver name is Gecko driver. So those drivers I have to download. Just download. You no need to add to the project. No, just keep it in one folder, right? So these things has to be done. So that completes your environment setup to start with Selenium, right? So first we'll start with Selenium WebDriver jars downloading and adding to the project. Then we'll work on the respective drive. Okay. So once that is done, environment setup. So these steps we will follow and set up the required environment. I'll show you that. This is like Java environment as you said, right? That the same way we have to set up the, and this already we worked, how you create a project over Eclipse, how you create a package, how you create a class and run them, and then your Java concepts. So this we are done with it, right? So first step, so this first module is done. So first what we will do is we are there on the Eclipse. Okay, we are on the Eclipse. Let's create a new package. So in this package, I'm just saving it on December. So I'm just creating this new package, and here I'll just create a file. I just go to the downloads. Under this downloads, when you just scroll down, you find your Selenium client and WebDriver language bindings. These are the different softwares available, suitable, supported by your Selenium, Ruby, C Sharp, right? And we are working with Java. So I need these jar files. If you're working with Ruby, you should get the Selenium jars from here. So this is a stable version currently, which is available 4 version. Earlier it was 3. We were using 3 version. Okay, so you are learning here for 4 version. So might be your project, your company is working on 3 version, not a problem. You can work on 3 also. This is like Java documentation. This is a Selenium documentation. I'll just open on a new link, new tab. We'll see that later. Let it open. That means it is just containing the predefined classes, methods, packages of Selenium, right? These all are the classes, packages of Selenium. To get the jar file, I go and click on this 4 version. Okay, so it is a zip file. Let's keep to one of the folder. So once it completes the download, I go to show in folder. So as it is a zip file, you need to first extract these files from here and then add. So the process of extracting is, you always extract not in the same place. Extract it to a separate subfolder. You create one subfolder, extract to it. So extract to the location wherever you feel it is safe to keep the download. Maybe these jars, not only in this project, in future you can use to in any other project also. You can reuse it. So you can extract to any subfolder. So extract files. So I would just this time I'm just extracting to desktop in a folder called maybe API. Okay, API is already having one Selenium. I'll just create one more new Selenium. New Selenium is my subfolder. To this folder, let's extract it. You see, this is the folder pointing to new Selenium. Just complete. Once it completes, extraction is over. I go to that folder and subfolder that's in the API here. Inside that, new Selenium. Now you see these are the jars, which you see here, cup symbol. These are the jar files. Not only this, you have some more executable jars in this lib folder. So when you say adding the jar files, each and every jar which should be there in the project. So what we do is, we copy these outside jars also, just copy them. Select your shift, just go to your last jar. These jars I copy, Control C, and go to lib, Control V, paste it. So once or now, right now, all jars are in one folder. So why I did this? It would be easy for me without missing any of the jar. I can add everything to my project, right? So this is only for your sake. I did the extraction, but already I have this set of jar files in a folder. So I'll be adding those jars to my current project. So the jars already which I have is in the F drive, and there I kept them in a folder called jar download, as a subfolder again as Selenium 4. Also I have 3 versions. So in this 4 I kept everything in the lib. This I would reuse it. Okay. So extraction is also done. So now configuration, how you add these jar files to the project. The process is select the working project, Intel 2, that is which I have. I right click. Then we did this configuration, if you remember, for Excel file reading, the same steps, right? Properties, go to the option of Java build path, and from there you see here in the libraries. Now already I made a statement that if you are using Java 1.8 on your system like me, you can add directly the jars. But other than 1.8, other versions of jars, if you have downloaded and using, you should select the option called class path. You'll find their options in here, two options, class path, module path. Always add any jars to the class path. So select class path, and as right now jars are on one drive in a folder, select the option add external jars. So there you navigate to the required downloaded and extracted jar files inside lib. You have to get all of them. So first select Control A, open. Now they got added, apply and close it. So configuration is done, right? Now browser drivers. I need to download these browsers. I have also Firefox on my machine, and IE is not there, Edge is there. So I can work only with these three browsers. So you need first browser to be on your system. Then also get the drivers also. Suppose if I want Chrome driver, right? If I want Chrome driver, so how do I get the driver? To the browser and just open a new tab and click the load Chrome driver for WebDriver. Download Chrome driver for WebDriver. This is what the keyword I'm using. Just come here. This is the link. Once you are on that link, you see this is the URL. I go to that URL. I'm just clicking on that URL. Copy this URL also for you. On this site, you see there are different versions of drivers. So which one to use? So first you have to check the version of your actual Chrome. So I'm already on the Chrome browser. So I can check the version of it by going to help. So there you can see the version here, 696.0. Now, if you don't want your browser all the time keep changing, you can stop the updates by making those settings to your Chrome browser. So you better stop the updates for your browser, and you are fixed to one of the browser. So I got right now 96. So the driver also should be equivalent to this version, the same one, not higher, not very older, right? So 96 in this list is here. So I can click on this link and get the browser driver. So you see here the zip files suitable for Linux, Mac and the Windows. So I'm just here, click on it, you'll get a zip file. So just download this zip file, that's it. Okay, just download. I'm not downloading now, you just download and extract it. So after extraction, I got a folder. Okay, after extraction, I'm just getting the folder, and I just kept it in this one folder I created called drivers, one subfolder drivers. To that folder I extracted it. Okay, so I've downloaded it to the driver folder, and this is the file after extraction we get. Chrome driver, it is an application type of file, only one file you get. Then similarly, if you want to work with Firefox, you have to get Gecko driver. So I just go back to download Gecko driver for WebDriver. So once I search with this link, you see this URL. Get the Gecko driver for WebDriver. You see this Mozilla GitHub site is there. From here you can download it. I'll copy this URL. So from this URL, when you just scroll down, you find here, see this Gecko drivers are there for different operating systems. You don't need source code. You need this Gecko driver zip files. So as I'm working here for Windows, I click on it
I get a zip file, I extract it, and this is the file after extraction, Gecko driver application file. So this is how you have to search over Google which browser driver you need and download them. Just keep it in one file. Don't add this to the project, right? So once, are we clear up till here? So our environment is setup is done. So first step was I want to write some small script. The script is going to, the objective is to launch the browser. Just open a particular browser. This is the objective. So if I want to write this automation script, you should create first Java class and then write the script for it. So first I'll create one Java class, new class, and class name I would say launch. And for execution, you should have main method. Finish it. So once you have a main method, for printing, we use system out, println, the class and the predefined methods of Java for printing any messages out of your Java program. Okay, this is what the class is of Java. So what is this class? System. System is a predefined class. In this system, you can do a lot of activities. When you place a dot, you have some fields, you have some methods also, where you have a method called get property. Also, you have a method from system class set property. So to the system class, I will give the path of my browser driver in the form of key and a value. Whatever browser drivers you have downloaded and stored in a folder, now I'll give the path of that driver to my system class using this set property method, right?
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Selenium by answering this question. In which of the following is Selenium variables are stored? A. Variable store. B. Stored vars. C. Stored variables. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So what I would do here is call the system dot set property. Set property key and a value. Both should be of string type. So what is the key? The key, if I'm launching Chrome, the key is WebDriver dot Chrome, all smaller case, dot driver. This is the key. Okay. And value is nothing but the path of the browser driver and end with a semicolon. The path is where it is on drivers folder here. This is the exe file I need. So to get the exe file, I can take the path from here. Different ways, the way you are comfortable to take the path, you do. So I'm just going here. You see, this is the path. It's in the F drive in a folder. So taking this path, and then the file name you have to give slashes. The file name is Chrome driver and with extension .exe file .exe. Okay, so this is your path. Now you have set the browser to already to the system. Now as Java is object oriented, you access everything with object. So how to create an object to open the browser? There is a class. There is a class, predefined class in Selenium to open the Chrome browser. The class is already I have, while downloading the Selenium jar files, I have opened this API documentation. Here it is. So here you see some predefined packages of Selenium, right? So the first package, if you see, org OpenQA Selenium. In this package, you have some handful of interfaces and down some classes by class, okay, of Selenium. Now in this list, you see one interface called WebDriver. So what is this WebDriver is going to do? It is going to control the remote interface that enables introspection and control the user agents. So user agents are nothing but the browsers. Okay. So browsers means you're going to control Chrome browser, IE browser, right? So with WebDriver interface, it can remotely control those drivers. Means through operating system. So this class, this interface is going to control them.
So in this WebDriver interface, if I open, so it is an interface which is implemented by many classes. You know the concept of interface and classes in Java, we discussed Hooks concept. So interface is implemented these classes by these classes. So the class one is Chrome driver. You see here, this is a class, and you have other drivers classes also, Firefox, Safari, Edge, Opera, right? So if I want to work with Chrome, I should use this class object. This is a class. I can click also to study more about this class. This is the hierarchy of the class, and I need in this class of Chrome, you see constructor is there, default constructor, parameterized constructors. Now, whenever you're creating object, you remember in Java, if I want to create object for demo, have you read object, new, and the constructor like this. This is a constructor and this is a class, right? Now, same rules if you follow, I would take object name, not D, fancy names, but we keep a standard while testing. We always take the object reference as driver. Driver equals to new, the constructor from that class. Now, what is the constructor here in the class? I would take this Chrome driver. As it is, you have to take the case C and D capital. Okay. Now, this object is created with this constructor, and it should be of type actually the same class. This is how you create object. Then you try to import it. Make a mouse over on that class. You see import coming from Selenium. Once object is ready, with this object you can perform lot many things. Driver dot. When you say driver dot, the methods which you see are only few which are coming from Chromium driver. Okay, that's all. Chrome driver, these things. Hardly you get few methods from WebDriver. So we want methods from WebDriver. So WebDriver is what? WebDriver is a parent, you can say in short, a parent for all these classes. So instead of creating an object of type of this class, I can create object of type of the parent, so that all the methods in this WebDriver, everything, these methods I can access, right? Therefore, here, instead of keeping the type as Chrome driver, make that type as web driver, W and D capital. So here, web driver. That's the interface. You have to import the interface. Make mouse over, import the interface from package of your Selenium. Import it. Once imported, now if you say driver dot, see the methods are coming from your web driver. Different methods. This we require, right? So whenever you're just setting the path of your driver to the system class and then creating an object to invoke the Chrome driver with this constructor. With this driver, you'll open Chrome driver. But the type of that object is the base class, that is WebDriver. Okay. So with this only 2 lines, if I run the program, so as object is created, it is going to trigger with this constructor the Chrome reference. So as it is executed, the first execution is this, right? With Chrome, Selenium. See, it is starting the driver, the Chrome driver which I have installed of this version. And then now you see, this is your output on this browser. How this browser is opening? Because of your driver. This is your Chrome browser. And you see a line over it. Chrome is being controlled by some test software. Means this is not a real browser. This is an output of your test script execution, right? Suppose on that browser, if you want to open some application, I use this driver object and call the methods. You see a lot of methods here coming from WebDriver and object class. One of the methods, you see get. Get is a method which you need to provide some URL and void output. Okay. What you want to open URL in the string form, you have to give an input. Whenever you give URL, you want to open Google, Facebook, some banking site or Amazon, you have to give the URL. Proper URL should be given. So proper in the sense, initially you just make an habit, open the actual URL on the particular browser. If you want to open Google, just open here first Google and copy this URL and give here as an input. So you have to give complete https://www.google/ this way. If I just give www.google.com, it will not work. So now let's run again. Open and launch the code. So these 3 lines are required whichever browser you're planning to work with. If you're planning to work with Firefox, just change the key and the path point to the, instead of Chrome browser, open the Gecko driver which you have already downloaded. This one, gecko driver.exe, you have to provide. And if you are trying to create object, here you use the class of Gecko driver. You see here, you have Firefox driver class. Using this class constructor, create object. If you're using Internet Explorer driver, it will launch IE driver, Opera driver, then Safari. Remote is for grid, not for us. Safari, right? So this is your initial setup code or launching application code. So if I go to the module 2, so in the module 2, they have some, whatever we have discussed, the browser which you have, you got the Selenium API drivers already done, and you're using different drivers you downloaded. And then you have already set up this environment with these steps. Now you're going to write this launch code, right? Launching of your particular browser, open the URL, after that you interact. So to launch the application, you created object for a particular driver which you want to launch, and you say to open the URL driver.get and the URL. And the meaning of it, you're creating an object for Chrome driver, the type is a web driver. This is your object. So with this object, you try to open different URLs. So before that object, we have already set system.set property by providing the key and the value for it. This is an example. If you're trying to launch Firefox, this is the syntax: webdriver.gecko.driver, the path of Gecko driver, and then open the driver of class type. Constructor is Firefox driver. The same case you have to take. Then it will launch Firefox with the particular URL, right? If it is the IE driver you're working with, key, the path, create an object for Internet Explorer driver. This is the constructor, right? Opera, if you're launching, the key, the path of it, and the object for Opera, right? So far, okay. Now taking this code, I would launch some other application. So I'm creating a new class. So application is my class name with main method. So as I'm planning to open Chrome, the key, object for it, and the application. Now the application which you want, you can change because you're going to start automating it. What I would do is I would just open a Facebook, changing the URL. If I run, it will open all over the Chrome Facebook application, right? Once you get the Facebook launched, you want to check whether that is really a Facebook or not. How will I verify? Manually, if you see, maybe I'm checking the URL. Okay, I may see the title of the page on top. You see, this is a title, right? I can verify that. So if in the automation, can I do this? Yes. You can get the URL also. You can get the title of the launched application with certain methods, predefined methods. So to do that, as I open Facebook, I want the title of it, the launched application title. So with method, you can access. So we want the title of Facebook. So who is pointing to the Facebook? Driver. So with this driver only, you can get the title. So driver dot. So in this list, you see a method get title. No input, output is string. So whatever output you get string, I may pass it to a variable of type string. All concepts are of your Java methods. String, I would say title is the variable name. The result is here. You can display it. This out.
with a message. Title is something, and here concat with the variable. This is your title. If you want the URL, so driver or dot, you see here, get current URL, again string output. Okay, if you don't want this variable, directly I can call this method inside print, right? Here also, if you don't want any variable, within the system.out, I'm calling the method driver.url. You want if any message, the application URL is, right? Now let's run the code. So it started the execution. So step-by-step execution, URL opened. I'm just getting the some information from application where on the console, right? So you said get the title display. This is your title, right? URL. This is the URL. It picked and displayed. If you want to really validate the concept of Java, if else you have to use, right? So if I want to, after printing, I want to check is that expected title or not, okay, which you are expecting, is it expected or not? So using if else, if and the block of code for it. So what you verify, the application title is matching with your expected. It's here. Application title is in this variable. Dot. You can use the methods from string class because both outputs are string. I would compare two strings. Matches. Your one value is matching with another value which you give as an input. If they are same, you get true, otherwise false. So here you are going to verify condition. What is your expected? Expected, suppose hello. Just I gave. You know, output is something Facebook login sign up that doesn't match with hello. Means my application title is not as I am expecting. If they are same, I would print as valid application. If the condition is not true, it will go to the else block and print out the statement saying invalid page launch. So let's run now with validation. This is with validation. You can see the application is opening. Done. And see, I'm just manually closing it. I can write in the script also to close. I'll show you that statement. So you see, it is the output is what? It is saying invalid page. Why? Because the actual application you got is this title, and I was expecting hello. That's not same. It went to else part. Now, expected title, here it is. Whatever you got, if this is the same I'm expecting, if I write in the if condition, now both expected and actual are same, as condition is true, right? As condition is true, your if condition will pass, will give true, and it will run this valid block and come to the URL, right? In the same way, I can validate the URL also. And finally, if you want to close the application automatically, call the driver dot close the application. So any application after launching, if you want to get the title, if you want the URL, these are the methods and close. That's clear, right guys? Any questions here? Okay. So there's also one more method called quit, but close and quit, the final response is closing of your driver, right? Now we need to know some basic things about every element. See, anything which you see on the website, maybe an image, text boxes, links, buttons, anything are called as web elements. The web element can be a text box, okay, or text field, drop down, images, anything. They are called as web elements. So you see these all are web elements. Now every web element will have some HTML at the back end. See how you get this website? The developer has created it, developed it. So every image, how this image is coming here, some code is already written for it. How this button is coming, some code is written for it. So if I want to click on this button, I have to know how do I reach to the button first in the automation. If I want to click, first my control should go there and then do a click. So how do you go to the button? To reach to the button, you should have some understanding on the code written for it by the developer. That is the HTML code. So how do I get HTML code for this text box, images, buttons, everything? We have a process called inspection. Inspect the web element, target web element. If I want the code for this email box, okay? So what I have to do is, the inspection is, I go to that element, right click on it, and you see there are option called inspect. Click on it, okay? Click on the inspect. Once you say inspect, the element which you inspected, that is email, you see the code is below, which is in light blue color highlighted. This is the HTML code written by the developer for the web element. The whole page has a HTML code. You see up, this complete is a HTML code. But from this code, which is the code for the email, you get it with inspect. I have to right click, just say inspect. This is the HTML. So when you say HTML, HTML will contain tags, attributes. Tags are nothing but the first word which you see. Okay, the first word before opening the angular bracket. Okay, this is the tag name. Input, div, form. Okay, again input, divs. These all are the tags. The first word itself is a tag. After that tag, some more properties you see. Properties or attributes I call. The attribute is like type with value. Class is one attribute with value. Name is one attribute. ID is one attribute. This is also one attribute, right? So these all are the different properties used by the developer to develop this text box. So as a tester, how would I say? See, properties are nothing but, see, when I'm talking about one person, person has a name. That is one property. Person is having one designation in a company, one phone number, one ID card. These all are properties. But even though you have so many properties, first name, last name, okay, these all properties, which one we prefer initially? Which property we do? Name. Name is the preference. If two people having same name, I would change my preference. I would ask the surname. Based on surname we may identify. If surnames, names, everything are matching, maybe some other property I may depend on. So properties are, so here the point what we need to understand is, properties are helping you to reach that web element. Always you should go to refer one single person, not many. Similarly, on this application, I find many text boxes. But if you want to reach to only email, there should be something uniqueness there. Okay? If you see, type is having some value, class is having some value, name is having some value. That value should not match with other element. See, this is a property. Every person has a name. Every person has an ID, right? Phone number. But the value is different. So when you want to reach out to an element uniquely, you should make sure you use a property or a single property or multiple properties with which you can get the reference uniquely, only single element. So using this process of inspection, we try to study the HTML code and get the uniqueness, right? So if you here also, if you observe, see here, this HTML tag is highlighted for the search. For this image also you have some HTML code. For button also you have some HTML code. Text area also you have some code. Text checkboxes. For everything you have properties. You need to inspect it. Radio button, drop down, list, everything. So we have, how do you get that uniqueness? In Selenium WebDriver, we have a concept called element locators. Element locators means how you locate the element. So I would locate the element using name, using ID, using class name, tag name, link text, partial link text, CSS, XPath. These are the set of 8-9 locators we have, right? So from these 8-9 locators, which one you prefer first? I would prefer using ID. If ID is not there or not working, then I would go for name, either ID or name, right? So on the web page here, not only this text box, a log button. If I inspect log, you see the tag is button. and different properties and values for it, right? If I inspect this link, it is having tag is a tag, anchor tag with different properties. If you inspect this image, it is having a tag img and with some properties and values, right? That's clear. On the Google also, if I search, see when I'm moving the mouse to this area of blue, automatically your target element is highlighted. See, it highlights. As I'm moving the mouse on top, different elements are pointed out. If I'm moving down, different elements are pointed. So this way you can reach out to target also. So here the tag is input with some properties. You see in this list, name is there and ID we don't have. Name is there. So I can find this element with name, right? So what we'll do now in this case, let's do a login. The functionality is automating the login. If you want to do a login, first find this email box, enter data, find password box, enter data, find log and click on it. That's our functionality, right? So first launch the application. So using set property, I'm just creating a new class, login. First, initially, we need to have the application launched. Once you launch, for doing a login, find username, right? So first task is find email. So how to find email? I should know first the properties used to develop this email. First inspect. When you inspect, study those properties and values. Tag is input, properties type, class, name, ID. Now you see name and ID is there. So from our locators list, if ID is there, I use it. If name is there, I can use it. First preference I would give to ID. If you see here ID is having a value email. So with this value, I can find that web element. So what we do is copy this value. Just double click, it gets highlighted, copy, Control C. Come to your script, find that element. How to find? Where is the element? Element is on this page. Who is pointing to this site? Driver. So if you want to get some reference over that application, you should use driver only. Driver dot. You have a method find elements. Elements is many. Element is only one. So your email is one, only one we want. I'll use this method. Find element. You need to give some input of type by. By is a class. And you get output that is a reference to that single web element, right? So I give by dot. When you say dot, you will see the list of Selenium WebDriver locators over here. See class name, CSS, ID, XPath, tag name, XPath. These are the below are the classes. We don't use classes. We use these static methods. How you find when we inspected, we found ID was a suitable one. So I use ID. You need to give some string input. That is the value of that ID. And you get by class reference, right? So I use this ID. Within double quotations, provide the value which you copied in the inspection process. So once you do this, you know what is the output of this method. See, anytime if you want to know what is the input to the method, output to the method, just make a mouse over. It explains you find element method coming from WebDriver interface, which is in this package. Input to this find element is by class input, and output of this method is web element, W and E capital. That's a class, right? So output of this find element is giving web element. So surely you must pass it to a variable of type web element. It's a web element, email box. Reference is UML, right? Import this class. Just mouse over, import from Selenium. Done. Element is found. Clear? To this element, you want to pass data. So take the element reference dot. Now we get different methods from WebDriver. From this list of methods, always to pass input, we use a method send keys and pass the data as an input to it. Output is void. So data what you are entering a1 at gmail.com. That's the input string. No output. So no assigning to a variable. Not required. Done. Now next is what you have to find password. So initially inspect it. Always, whenever you are inspecting, open the application on your actual browser manually, which you open from your machine. So here, don't inspect here. This is an output browser. Don't inspect here. You'll not get right properties also. So if you inspect, see, instead of getting email properties, it is pointing to body of the page. This is not right. Body means the entire. But I have inspected email. I should get this. But it's giving the wrong pointer. So make sure that you are not on this browser. Okay, let's inspect password. I right click, inspect. Here is the locators. Input is a tag name. The properties which you have is type, class, name, ID. ID is perfect. I have here, copy this value, go to your script, find the web element, driver dot, find that single element, by dot, it is an ID again, select it, provide your value. So it is again a web element reference, the password. Okay. References, you can give anything meaningful one, web element, right? So we found the web element, that is our password. It's in this reference. We need to interact with it by passing some data to it. So always we use a method called send keys and pass the input within as a string. So similarly, you're going to find the log button, inspect it again. So as you inspect the log, it is having the tags button and the properties are value, class, name, okay, and you see ID. But this ID I won't prefer. You try it. Take based on this ID, you inspect it, try executing on the same day and the next day. Then you will get the error. This ID is not constant. This ID, this value is changing every day or maybe in certain frequent time. So today if I see u0, u underscore 0, tomorrow it might be some other character or some other number associated in this pattern.
Just a quick info, guys. If you wish to learn testing and make a career in it, then we have a good news for you. Intellipaat provides Test Architect Master course in collaboration with IBM and Microsoft. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So these values are not stable. These are dynamically changing. So as this is dynamically changing, I would prefer to go with the next locator, name. Name is having a perfect stable value.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Selenium by answering this question. Select the language which is not supported by Selenium. A. PHP, B. Java, C. ASP, D. C#. Comment your answers in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answers. Now, let's continue with the session.
So I would take this name and find the element. So driver dot find by dot. You have a locator that's a name, provide the value, right? And pass this reference to a variable. It's also a web element. Now buttons, images, links, the action you provide is a click, not send keys. So this is your functionality, automation script. So as we run now, execute it, proceed, save and launch. So nothing you'll see on the output on the console because we are not printing out anything there. Everything is interacting with the application. So you can see the username, password is entered and it got clicked on the button also and page is loading. It's taking some time to load. Anyways, these are wrong credentials. It will not log in successfully. So this is the screen after login click, right? So your program has no errors, no failures, and it executed as per the input. This is your of the functionality of login, right? Okay, now some more methods. Like after entering one set of data, I want to erase this. So what I do, already the element reference is in this variable. So I take help of this variable and reuse it. So after entering test, I want to erase it by calling a method clear. No input, no output. Just clear the data. Once you clear, you want to re-enter the new input, again reuse that element, send keys and pass the new input. So whenever you have some kind of a plan for reusing the element, it's better you find the element and save it to a variable and use that variable reference for multiple actions, right? If you don't have any plan to reuse, what you can do is, the other way is, I just comment out this, find the element with these details. The output of this method is element. What action you do on element, I can call the next action immediately. What action you need, you will do is the send keys. Send keys A. So what is the output of send keys? It is void, means nothing. When there is nothing, I can't do any actions after that. Even though you place a dot, you don't get any methods list. That means whenever a method returns void, that's the end, nothing is there. So in this case, what happens? You're finding the element and immediately passing the data. So if this is the pattern, if you use, second time if I want to erase the username, what I have to do? Again find the element, dot clear, this way. Means for different actions, every time I have to say find element, find element. But here if you see, first find the element, keep in a reference variable and just use the reference, that's it. This is more easy way and a right way of implementing instead of this. So if you have a plan to use the element once, it's good, find immediately, complete the task. But if there is a reusable concept required, do this approach, right? And here, just to slow down the execution between the two lines, I can use a Java command thread. Thread dot the sleep method. Wait for here 1 second. That is 1000 milliseconds. In this process, I see one exception. That's an interrupted exception. I just forward it to the JVM using throws. So after clearing the data, I have a next wait and then pass a new input, right? So as we run it, you'll see those changes on the real application of clearing and re-entering the data. So that's a browser data, then erased, new input to it. See the data, I can see hello is their input and clicking on the button. Okay, that's your login. So what methods we have discussed today? One is get method, find element method, send keys, right? Then we saw clear, then also with the click method. These are some of the methods. Along with that, we have a method to get the title and the URL. These are the set of methods we discussed. Close, right? So this way, as we go on, as we come across different requirements, we will see the set of methods from our Selenium. So far clear, guys, everyone? Okay.
And here you have some navigation methods. Navigation means where your browser is just moving forward, backward, refreshing. So if you want to navigate, if this is my browser, if I want to move backward, upward, you just click on these arrows, right? I can't inspect these arrows. Say I'm just doing a right click, you don't get any properties. So as manually, I cannot get the properties of these options in Selenium WebDriver. We have methods to control them. We have a method to navigate back, navigate forward, and refresh. So we'll see one example for this navigation methods. So navigate is, you can reach out to a URL saying to navigate to and give the URL like this. Driver.navigate to URL. Even get is also a method to get the URL. Okay, but here to is a method coming from navigation class. Similarly from the navigate class, you have a forward method, back method, refresh method. So how you access it? With the driver.navigate.forward. Okay, navigate.back and refresh. So let's implement one simple example. Already we have, okay, let's create a new package. That's a package, I would say com. I would just create, work with a navigation example. So in this example, we are going to open one URL. So we need the system property with get. What I'll do is I'll just close down the previous tabs which are open here. You can work with any application, right? Launch the Google. It will open Google for us, right? How do I go forward, backward now? Maybe I'm clicking on some link or something. From there, you can just reach out to the next page, right? So maybe if I click now link, these are links, Gmail, images, and below that language selection. These are some of the links, right? So what I would do is, okay, instead of links we did not work yet, I would just enter some data over here, right, in the search. So let's inspect this. It is having an input tag. If you observe the properties to it, you have something called name, and I don't have anything ID, right? So I have to find the element with the name property, name locator. The value is Q. I copy it. First find the element, driver dot find the element value. So this element, I would just assign it to a variable of type web element. Really. Import the required classes which coming from your Selenium. So this is an element. So what actions you do on this search bar? You pass some input to it, right? You may type some keyword called Java there. After typing Java, there's no button to click go next something. I have to click enter, right? I have to give enter. Then it navigates to the next page. So what we are doing is, after, how do I type the Java here? Using a method send key. So element is already there, pass the input Java. After typing Java, as I give enter key in the same element, so element dot enter you have to give. How do you give it? Same element, le dot, I use again the send keys. In send keys, not only data, you can pass some keyboard actions also by the class keys dot k capital dot, you have the command over there, enter. So it is going to send enter instruction from your keyboard as an input to that element. So once this is done, you will be on the next screen, right? If you run, you will be on the next screen. So if I type here Java, this is the page you are. Now after loading this page, I want to move backward. I have to click on this back arrow. As I cannot inspect, I can use the navigation methods. Now for navigation methods, driver, we have a class here, navigate, method navigate. The output is navigation class reference. So first you have to use that method. Once you get the navigation class reference, I can use from that class the methods back, forward, and from navigate, refresh, navigate to some URL as a string, or navigate to URL, right? So as you want to move backward, I can use this method. See, to get this URL also, I can use this navigate. Instead of driver dot get method, we can use driver dot navigate dot to URL. The URL is nothing but the application. Also would work for you. So once you go back, something like this, I go back, I'm on the screen of Google. So if you're on the screen of Google, maybe you want to get this URL, right? The URL from there. Today we already worked on it. Driver dot get current URL displayed. Once you get, you want to move forward again, clicking on it and refresh. You can with navigate dot forward. Once you forward, let's wait there for some time. Thread dot sleep for 2 seconds. 1000 milliseconds is a 2 seconds time. So while waiting there, you have an unhandled exception of type interrupted exception. So we're just handling it. Once you handle it, let's refresh the page. Driver dot navigate. We have a refresh. What is your steps using of the navigation? So that's the application initially opening, and type Java, enter, next screen, then back option, forward, now refreshing, done, right? So this is our output. You see the URL which you try to print after navigating backward is here. So some cases in your when you are working on a project, if you want to move forward, backward, you can use this navigate methods. Okay. If you observe, one question you come across is get method and navigate to. Both are performing in the same way, right? Get method is present in WebDriver interface. To method is available in the navigation class. What is the real difference? When you use get method, it opens the page and waits by default for everything to appear or load on the memory or DOM. It will load, it will wait before executing. Before executing further lines, the get method will just wait here to load the page correctly. Then starts executing find element and all those stuff. But if you use navigate to, the meaning is just go to it. So it doesn't mind or doesn't take care whether that page and its components are correctly loaded or not. Just go, that's it. Just navigate to that URL. That's the meaning. So sometimes if a page is taking some time to load its components, navigation method create issues because as it is not going to wait for any element to load. So that's the reason we hardly use go to method. You can say almost we don't use go to method. Instead of go to method, we always prefer to use get method. Get the particular URL. Make sense? Okay, so that is about the navigation methods available with us. Now what we'll do is next example, the application of Facebook, we have some links, hyperlinks. Okay, you see a forgot password, create a page. So how do you work with the links? Let's see that. One new class, demo. Initially launch the application. We're going to use here the get method for launching. Once Facebook is launched, I want to click on this link, forgotten password. So to reach out to that web element, first inspect it. So as we inspect it, you see it is having a tag, e tag, anchor tag. So anchor tag and looking forward with its properties href. So where is it going to refer once it clicks on it? So and no name, no ID, right? No class name, only href is available. And before closing of the anchor tag, some text is available. Forgot password question mark. That's the same text which you see on the website. So we can find the element based on this text. Okay, so I copy this text and find the element, driver element. So within this find element, you have the list of locators by dot. Now it is not ID, no name, right? So we have link text, partial link text. So these two locators, link text, partial link text, you can use for only links, not for any other elements. Only links you can use this. So link text, if I use now, whatever text you inspected and copied, just pass it as an input. So this is one of your web element. The required action for the links is a like buttons. It's a click. Dot click the element. That's it. It will go and click on the element. It will be on the next screen as you run. Okay. This is one way. Another way of working with this is I just commented using an element partial link text. Dot you have partial link text. In this partial link text, pass the partial data. In the link text, whatever text exactly you see on the application, you pass it correctly. In partial link text, you may pass partial data. Why? Because sometimes in future, maybe the developers are changing this page. Instead of forgotten password, they're going to edit it to recover password, edit password, get password, password info, something like that. Means our word password is going to remain constant and the other words are dynamically going to change. So whatever might be the changes done on the web page, irrespective of it, I need to find this element. Then I can say partial link text. Means find the element only with the partial data. Maybe that is a password. So I'm not depending or finding the element with forgot word. I'm going to find the element only with password, right? So that is called as a partial link text. So when I use partial link text, I'm not going to give this forgotten, just a space or without space something, question mark. just based on this word, find the element. And as we run, so it got clicked on the link and you're on the page of forgot password to recover it. Okay, that's about the links. And you see there are different links also. This is also a link. It's an anchor tag. It is having some class with text, create a page. If you're using with link text, partial link text, go with that text present over it. Okay. So here as you see, one class is there, text is there, right? Now if you want to really see whether your element is unique or not, I have to go with the concept of XPath writing. You have to create XPath. Okay, if I use this F. So when I just inspected this link, create page, and I gave F12, Control F from your keyboard. It opens this down, you can see this part below. Control F. Now here, whichever element you inspected, this text is here. And you can see 2 matches found. So just if I use create page, 2 elements are found. Maybe on this page, create a page matching with it, something other is also there. So I cannot use this word to find this link. So 2 matches are found, right? This one, when I just copied it, capital, create a page over here, now it is saying 1 of 2. Okay, this is 1 of 2. Now the second one is what? 2 of 2 is somewhere down in the hyperlinks here. Here it is, create page. It's highlighting here also. Create pages below all the links in the header. So 1 of 2, I'm just giving arrow key. 1 of 1 is what? Among 2, which is the one? This is the link. Next one, second one, among the 2 is in the down footer section. You have create page. So using this text create page, I cannot find the unique single element. So I have to use some other way. Now some other way is maybe you can take a class. So if I take this value class, now see down it is showing 1 of 1. Means the value underscore ATSH is available only to this element, not to others. So I can create XPath with this class and get the unique element. So XPath will see, not now, still we are working on it. F12 you can use, and not only this, I have some plugins also available. You can download those plugins and use for yourself. So one of the plugin you can use is CrowPath. CrowPath is a plugin to get the XPath locator. See, some companies would allow you, the clients, mainly the clients. The clients may allow you to use the path plugin, or some clients don't allow on the project to use. If they don't allow any plugins to use to create the path, then you have to use a developer, Control F, and write your own XPath following the syntax. Okay. But if you're using a plugin, you can just add it to the browser and use it. So CrowPath is a plugin which is available to Chrome browser. You can add to the Chrome browser or to the Firefox. Now, as I'm going to add it to the Chrome, what I would say here is download for Chrome. Add CrowPath for Chrome. So once you get here, you see the Chrome Web Store. In this web store, you have the plugins. Configure it to the Eclipse. So just go for the English option. So here, this is your CrowPath. Okay. Here I can see an option remove from Chrome because I have already added it. So when you are going to add for the first time, you get here option add to Chrome. Just click on it. You may get this kind of pop-up to install. Click on that install. It gets installed, right? So I'll just copy this URL and go to the web store and get it. So this after installing, where will you find it? If you want to work with Facebook, as you open the Facebook, I'm just trying to get the path of it. Just manually inspect it first. This is what the element you got. If you know the syntax of creating the path, you write it on your own. Otherwise, to get the plugin, you see on the right side, the options are style, computed, so on. Here you may find CrowPath. If you don't see here, just click on this double arrow and there you see CrowPath. Select it. Right now you are in the CrowPath option, and here some paths are already visible. You see one of them relative path. Relative path will give you or create the path based on the properties of that element. And if you see the absolute path, XPath, absolute path will reach to the target not based on the properties, but based on the position. It says that go to the HTML body, first div, second div. It's just giving the navigation to reach the anchor tag. But this is, you can't rely on this because today if the link is here, this is the path. Tomorrow if developer moves this create page link to on the right side, left side or bottom or top, this path is going to change. Means you're just giving based on the position this path. So we don't prefer to go with absolute paths. We always try to rely on the relative paths, where you see relative paths are created based on the tag name, some text of it, or properties of it, it gets created. Now I can edit it by just editing here. Click on this pencils icon. It comes over here. This is your path. Now to see whether this is unique path or not, just click enter. You find here one element matching found. Now how it got created? It followed a syntax as this is a text over the anchor tag. The tag is anchor here, right? So double slash. Always relative path starts with double slash and write the tag name. A is a tag name. Within square bracket, as the tag is containing this text, I'm using the syntax of contains. Contains within simple bracket text and comma within single quotes write the text of it. So this is the syntax, contains text. These are the keywords which has to be used if you're finding the XPath based on some text of that element. Once I click enter, I see that's a unique path. Now why this down element is not found, create page in this case? Because if you see here, it is create page, but here it is create a page. That's a maker difference. If I inspect here, this is also an anchor tag, right? It is having title, create a page. Title is create a page, but text is just create page. Now you got the path here on the right side. Anchor tag containing text create page. This is highlighted. You see, this is highlighted. One element. If I write create a page, space got added, so it's not finding. Now this element is found. So with this XPath, I can find this create page. So I copy this path. Now in our current application, I comment out this link clicking or forgot. Now I need to find that create page element. Driver dot find the element by dot. You have a locator there XPath. As you found a path, you have to use XPath. And here, whatever path you copied, add that in within double quotations. So this is one element will be identified based on the path. Pass the required action to it. So now it's going to find that link and click. So this is one syntax of creating XPath based on contains keyword, contains text. Okay, so once you create a page, this here you are, right? Now I see some more links are available on the next screen. If I click on create new account. Once I click on account creation, I get this screen where you can sign up by providing text boxes, first name, last name, mobile number. Okay, and here you see some links are there down, terms, data policy, and sign up, right? So how do you get this screen? I have to click on create new account. So I inspect. Okay, I'm not able to get it. Some cases, in some scenarios, if you are not able to inspect it, what you have to do is just open this developer tool with F12, you can get it, or you can inspect somewhere outside and get this down developer tool. And here you see a pointer on the left side where my mouse is pointer. Click on the pointer and focus on your target and click. Then that clicked target element properties are highlighted. So it says even though it looks like a button, but it is internally a link having some role, class, okay, and other properties. And if you expand, it is expandable. If you extend it, you see a text is in create new account. Okay, now in this property of anchor tag, you see ID is there, ID. U02TH. So this ID, I'll not go for this UI ID because I'm not sure is this constant or going to be the same or change frequently. So instead of ID, I can create path based on this create new account text. I'm going to follow the syntax and create on my own. So this red line indicates it's an error, / a tag in square bracket, I say contains text bracket within single quotes, paste that word, enter. See, I have written the syntax of XPath and one element is found and it is highlighted. So I can use this XPath to find that button and click. And you see, I can click immediately without any element reference. I can call the click directly. Dot click, it's void. After click, you can't call any method because output of click is void, right? Once you click this button, it's taking some time to give this page. So to keep the application and your script in the same speed, I use here for time being thread dot leave method. Wait for some 2 seconds, right? So once you handle it, after waiting, now it's time to see some more links on that page. Here you see terms page, data policy, inspect them. They are anchor tag. You see they are having a perfect ID and also text, link text. So I can find with ID also or link text, right? So let me use this ID. Driver dot find element by dot ID, a web element. So I want to click on that link. If I click manually now, see, if I click here, it is opening that data policy page on a new tab, new window. This is right, new tab. So either new window or new tab, it's the same. Okay, it's opening on a new tab. It is a data policy. Means my driver was here. As I clicked, it went to the new page. So 2 windows you see or 2 tabs you see, right? Now this is a child one, the other one is a parent. Got it? So once it clicks, now here you can get 2 tabs. Okay, finally what I'm going to do is just wait for 2 more seconds after this click.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Selenium by answering this question. In which of the following is Selenium variables are stored? A. Variable store. B. Stored vars. C. Stored variables. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
And then say driver dot close, right? Let's do this. This is my code what I'm running now. Run as. It found the create new account and the link got clicked and close. Driver dot close. What happened with driver dot close? The parent window got closed, right? Main instance got closed. Child window is still open. So if you have this kind of scenario where during execution you get parent and the child windows opens and you want to close the parent window only, I can use driver dot close, right? I have one more method called, so first it opens all the required links and as you say quit, everything got closed, parent and a child. Got it? Now what is this enable disable properties? Let's work on this. For enabling, okay, if I take this Google site, this image, there's no use of, I can't click on this image, but it is very important because as you find this Google image, you see this is a Google page. You're sure this is a Google page. So the presence of this element is giving importance to this site. So whether this image is present or not, we can validate it. As soon as I open a Google image, Google URL, I can validate this element. Let's do that. So I'll take a new class, status. Go to this URL of Google. To verify this image, first find this element. Inspect it. This element has the tag is img. img The properties are class, some height, width is there, right? Href, color, width, that's it. Only now, which is that locator I can use? Class name, right? I can take this element. I can come here, driver, name. This is one way. Okay, you can find one web element. Second one is I can create path for it with class. So you can check here with crow path. You see the relative path is giving from body, go to division 1, division 2, division 3 image. This is not a right one. With this class, I'll find it. How? I just start double slash. Always relative path starts with double slash. What is the tag name? img, square bracket, use add symbol. What is the locator there? Class equals to single quotes the value of it. Enter. One element form. So this is a perfect value. Perfect value for finding my element image. So I can take this path and here instead of class name dot your element. Right? So once I got the element, I can't click or enter data something. I want to check is it there on the page or not. So that's the status. You're getting the status of the element. Here the status have methods in your WebDriver. The not WebDriver, web element is displayed, is enabled, is selected. 3 methods. Where the output is boolean, true, false. Is displayed. The meaning is it there on the page? Yes, true, false, which assign it to the boolean variable. And this result, which is present in S, we can print it out. Or else, I can call this method directly in the print statement. Call here ELE dot is enabled. You get is it enabled? Sometimes some images, buttons are all disabled initially. After some time they get activated, enabled. Get the status of it. Then third one is selected. Did you perform any action on it, selecting or something, passing data? So you get the true false result. That the status methods. We have 3 status methods. Is displayed, is enabled, is selected. So these methods not only used on images, you can use on any web element. Done. You can see here the result in the form of true false. Is it displayed? Yes, it is displayed. Is it enabled? Yes. Is it selected? No. I did not click anything like, right? So it is false. So these are status methods.
So mainly CSS selector is used to find the dynamic objects. It's used to handle the dynamic objects. So we also have discussed the XPath. So XPath is also used to find the dynamic objects as well as CSS. So what is the difference, exact difference between the two? Because XPath behaves differently in different browsers. So that is one advantage where you can prefer CSS, where it is faster in execution and does not change on different browsers as you keep on changing the browsers. Okay, so also you can see some more where you can see the explanation about the CSS selector. It's used for automation explicitly to identify the element. So you in this CSS also you have the locators like ID, class name, attribute. You can use contains, start with, ends with. All those locators which we were using in XPath you will find in CSS selector as well. So here you see CSS is much faster and simpler than XPath, especially in the IE browser automation. So you find the tag name. You can use in CSS the tag name, ID, class, attribute, contains, starts with and ends with. So let's discuss each of this method. Now when you are inspecting any element, you especially find in the crow path also you will find this CSS selector along with absolute and relative XPath. So what about the tag name? If an element is having a tag name, right? Here the tag is input over here, right? So how to create a CSS for it? So this is a syntax. So CSS is equal to the tag name and you need to specify the hash. Hash is mainly used to identify the ID attribute. So hash and then the value of that locator. So for example, you have an ID is equal to email. So then you can make a CSS as input is a tag name. Instead of ID, you use hash and the value of it. So now the XPath, you can say the path of by the CSS would be input hash and the value. This you can take as a input value for your locator CSS selector, right? And then you can pass the data to it. The same way you have a class. Now based on a class, how to find an element? So the syntax for that would be the tag name. The class is identified with a dot, right? And then the value of the class attribute. Okay. Then the attribute itself, when you have any other attribute, how to inspect it? You can use the tag name. Then within square bracket, write the text attribute equals to and the value of the attribute. So for example, here if ID or type, or you can say value, those are the attributes. So the particular attribute equals to and the value of it. Okay, so in this way you can find it. Also you can use the starts with. Means if you want to find an element starting with some text, then you can write here, this is the tag name, the locator, and this upper tint is known as an starts with, that indicates a starts with, and the string with what you're going to start with. Similarly, you'll find ends with. Ends with is used with the dollar symbol. So ID is ending with the value ID, the text ID. So we'll just see an example on this. Let's go to the application, inspect any element, and this is a HTML code for that element. And you see in the crow path already there's a relative XPath and absolute XPath and CSS selector. Now how is the CSS selector designed? Hash email. So hash email is the CSS selector. ID, hash indicates ID. See here, if you inspect it manually, it's ID is equal to email. ID is email. So it is replacing ID with hash and the value of that is email. So I can take this element for inspecting the web element. So copy it. And when you're using any automation tool, just for example, I'm just writing here, how do you specify it? So you find when you're working in your on project, you find some locators or identification is done using CSS selector. So you say here driver. So here we are going to pass by dot, and here you find a CSS selector, and here you need to provide the string, the content, whatever you have. And to this web element, whatever the web element we have, this is a locator value for the text box. Here I can send the data, send keys, whatever the data. So this is how you can use a CSS selector, and this is a manner by using other methods like ID, class name, locator, you can create the value. So CrowPath is nothing but a tool, a plugin which is available for different browsers. You can add CrowPath for Firefox and Chrome as well. So what is the purpose of this CrowPath is? It is useful for creating an XPath for your web element. Okay, so you can first of all you need to configure this CrowPath for your browser and then try to use it. So for adding to the browser, you can just go to the Google, and say download CrowPath for Chrome browser. can just, then you get the crow path here. Just click over it.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Selenium by answering this question. Select the language which is not supported by Selenium. A. PHP, B. Java, C. ASP, D. C#. Comment your answers in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answers. Now, let's continue with the session.
You need to, already crow path is available to my Chrome browser, so it is asking me to remove. Else, when you try it, you will say add to Chrome. Just click over it. It will say, do you want to install it? Say yes, install. And if it asks you to restart, just restart it, so that your browser would be just closed and reopened. So once done, you'll find this icon. This is a crow path icon. So this indicates it's properly configured. Now how to use the crow path is, you'll find the crow path so when you're inspecting any element, when you inspect any element, you want the XPath of this inspected element. So what you can do, on the right side, if you don't see here the styles computed here, the crow path, just click on this arrows, and under that you'll find a crow path. Just select it. Now this is your crow path, which is having the selectors, and this is a text box where the XPath would be selected. So with crow path, you can get relative XPath, absolute XPath, and CSS as well. So whichever XPath you have got, when you just click on this icon, that selected XPath would be displayed over here.
Just a quick info, guys. If you wish to learn testing and make a career in it, then we have a good news for you. Intellipaat provides Test Architect Master Course in collaboration with IBM and Microsoft. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Okay, this is your absolute XPath, and this is a CSS of the inspected element. I want to inspect another element. This is your second element which we have inspected. Now these are the locators, right? Path, XPath. This is the relative, absolute, and CSS. So in this manner, you can use crow path while creating the XPath. How to automate the checkboxes? So checkbox is also one of the web element from the applications. You find these checkboxes in most of the applications where you need to apply some filtration or some options to be selected. You can use these checkboxes. Now you can understand this with an example. You can check with the application Amazon, where you have, if you want to apply some filtration for your search, you'll find the checkboxes. So going to the amazon.in. So in the search, I would enter some keyword to the search, for example, phones, and I would click on the search button. You would display the products, and here on the right side you find you can filter the products as well. Based on the specifications, you can filter it. Suppose I'm clicking on this option. So based on that filtration, you'll find the required products. So this we are going to try to automate using the checkbox. So first, initially, once after launching the application, we would enter the product in the search bar and click search. We are creating a new class here, checkbox, with the main method. And here we are trying to launch the application, and the application will be Amazon. So take the URL, now you need to inspect the search bar where you enter the product. So right click, inspect. So based on the available locators, you need to find the element. So here it is an input tag having text, ID, value, name. So I think ID would be fine here to inspect it. So taking the ID value, let's say driver.find by.id, the value, and we are going to send some keyword to it. So send keys, the data, the keyword is phones. Okay, after this you're going to click on this search button. So inspect this search. It's an input tag, type is equal to submit. So you can create an XPath for this or directly take the type is equal to submit. Here the XPath is value is equal to go. So we're trying to inspect it once. Driver.find by.xpath, and the action would be click action. Now in the application, after entering the phones and clicking on the search, it would take some time to display the products. So we can give some time duration, thread.sleep, maybe 1500 milliseconds. Handle the exception of interruption exception, and then once after clicking on here you find the filtration, you can select any, just right click, inspect it. And if you observe, this is an input tag for the filter which is placed under a label, and that label is under a div. Okay, and that div is under a span, and one more span, and that span is in turn under a list. Means you find as I'm moving the mouse, different filter options are selected, checkboxes. They are the list placed under a div, that all together. Now I want to select on this 2.2 to 2.4 gigahertz. So this is that option. You can take an XPath of this. This is the XPath. And find the element and do a click action. Okay. So here we are just driver.find by the XPath, and this is the element which we are going to select. So dot click action. You can just run the code. So here the objective is to understand how to find the attributes of any web element. It can be either radio button, checkbox, doesn't matter. We need to understand the relative HTML code for it. So once the application is launched, it has to enter the search product and go for the filter option. It got clicked, and this is your required search. Okay. So that's how you can automate the application. How to work with drop-down web elements. So in most of the applications you find these drop-downs where you have a provision of selecting some value under the displayed list. So for that reason we can go to an application and let's create a class in the Eclipse. With a main method, and here you need to include the code of launching the browser with the URL. So on the application, so here on this application you find here the drop downs for date selection. Here this drop down is selecting a particular day among ranging from, there's a text day and the values are ranging from 1 to 31 days. So from this list you can select one particular value that gets displayed in this drop down. The same way according to for the months as well, where text is there, the different months are selected, and similarly for the years as well. So these are the drop downs. Now we'll try to inspect the drop down. So first you need to inspect this drop down element. So just right click and say inspect. So it will display the HTML code of that particular web element. Let's inspect it once again. Yeah, so it is showing a select tag. Okay, it's showing a select tag where having the attributes, that's a name, ID, title, okay, and the class attribute, class value. So within this select tag you find the different values under it, means the options, having a tag options and the values, that's a day, 1, 2, 3, 4 and so on. Okay, so now you need to inspect the select tag and then select the values within it. So you can inspect this value based on ID. ID is equal to day. You can take the day and find an element initially. So driver.find element by dot, the inspected locator was an ID and the value of it. Now this is nothing but a web element. We will pass it to a variable. Suppose day is a variable. Just import the required imports needed. Now we need to, as it is a tag, is a select tag. Here you see select tag. Under this select you have many options within it. Okay, so I need to create an object for the select class. So select, I say d1 is an object, equals to new select. And when you're selecting up, you need an object to select the options under this day. So pass this day variable web element to this select class. Now import the select. It's importing from Selenium support UI. Once the object is ready, now you can select any particular value directly. Suppose I want to select the value, any of this value, okay, from these options. So this is what right now selected is 1. Okay, so I can use here the object name we have created, that is d1 dot. You find here the methods of used with the select class, that is deselect all, select by, deselect by index, right? As well as now we need for select. Now you have 3 options: select by index, select by value, select by visible text. I'll show you all the 3. I'll take select by index. The index position may be at the 3rd index, whatever is the value of value, select it. d1 dot select by value. You need to give the value of it. Suppose I say it's a string input 2. Whatever is the value matching to, select it. d1 dot select by visible text. Right now we'll check what is the visible text, and then we'll try to mention it. Now if you go here, in this option you have a value attribute, value 0, value 1, value 2, value 3. So I've selected value 2, which is in double quotes. Okay, and that is what value 2. Index, as you know, the first, the second, third, that's the index position it selects. And what is meant by visible text? Visible text is something if you're having the data as a text format, like suppose day is a text, 1 is a text, 2 is a text, 3 is a text. So this day I want to pass it, I want to select based on it. So it is a string, select the day. So we'll try to execute one by one. I'm just commenting the rest too and run this code. The 3rd index should be selected. Now from the drop down, the value 3 got selected. So the 3 is nothing but the index at the 3rd. Index 3 we have selected, right? Index 3, this is 0, 1, 2, 3. So 3 got selected. The same manner, if I take a value, wherever value 2 is there, that would be executed. And after selecting, I want the text out of it. So I can write sysout. What is the day locator? That's a day. Day dot. I can use get attribute of that value. I want the data present in the attribute value. Run it. The locator value, whatever it is containing, that would be selected. And that was actually 2 we have passed. And you see, whatever is the attribute, that content displayed over the drop down, that's a get attribute value. And the 3rd, gets visible text day, means while execution it will select the day option, right? Like if I select here, day will come. So that is what would be the output for the 3rd option. Okay, so these are the different ways how you can select directly a particular value. Now suppose if our requirement is I want to select one by one all the value from that list. So what I have to do? I have to collect all these options values and put it into one list, to a variable, all these options. And then with the help of a for loop, pick one by one and display it. Get it? On the console of your Eclipse. So what I do to collect all the values from this list, from this drop down, what I have to use? I have to use a method get options. So how are you going to refer to those all the options? You have an object d1, right? So you can say d1 dot, there's a method here, get options, which is going to give you the web elements, multiple web elements. So you'll put it in a list of web element. You'll name that list as suppose dd. Import from Java util. Now you want to know total how many values are there web elements in this DD. You can write this out. DD dot size. That will display you the count. Okay, that's about the count. Now if I want to execute them in a for loop, so I can declare a for loop, declare a variable starting with 0 and a condition where it should stop. It should stop at the size, right? So this dd dot size itself is going to give you the count. So you can pass it to a variable or use the variable, else directly you can say dd dot size. That would give you the count of web elements to be moved on. Then you keep on incrementing the loop. Now when you're within the loop, what we have to do, you have to go to each option. You have to go to each option and get the value and display. Second option, get the value. I won't click because if I click, this list would disappear. So I won't click. I'll just keep on next. I'll take and try to display it. So to get this value and try to display, we'll be using a method get text, right? So as these values, all values are present in this DD, so DD dot get to a particular value, as it is moving from the very first value, that is 0, which is referred with y. So get to I and dot get text, get text string output. So this string, you can display it. Okay, and suppose if you want to click over it, click the each and every, if I say click, it will just click. Okay, that value gets clicked. Suppose if I say dd dot get of that I, and if I want I can click also. You can just run this. So you see all the values are just got clicked 1, 2, 3, 4. You can put some time period. Okay, and you find the on the console also they got displayed here. The count was there, total, the how many elements are there, 32. It starts with the day 1, 2, 3, 4 up till 31. Okay, so this is how you can work with the drop downs. So let's understand how to work with radio buttons, because you find in some applications to select some gender or some options you find radio buttons available. So for example, like on a Facebook application where you're creating an account, you need to select the gender, right? Female or male. So you can select only one option out of these two radio buttons, right? That means you can if one is selected, the other should be disabled, or if one is enabled, the other should be disabled. That means these two radio buttons are grouped together under one section, so out of which only one option will be selected. So let's understand how to inspect and what are the attributes of it. And each radio button has a label as well. So first radio button has a label female and the second has male. So I'll just inspect the first one, inspect it. You find here it's an input tag. It's an input tag. You have some attributes, that's a type, radio, name is equal to sex, value 1, ID is U09. Along with this radio button, there's a label below that's having a text label, that's a female, right? And these two radio button and the label are placed under a span having some class attributes. So there are two spans. As I move my mouse to the first span, it is selecting the female option from the application, and the second one the male. And these two spans are placed under one more span here having some class. See, I'm moving to this span here. The complete options of female and male are got selected. Under that, two spans are there, each span holding the radio and its label. Hope that's clear. So now I would take this input tag suppose now I need to collectively find these two radio buttons because they are grouped together, right? So which is that common property for these two radio buttons to consider or to find? So if you check the attributes here, you have IDs are different. Here it is U09 and the second for male it is U0A. They're different. So this will not help us. And if you go for the value, here value is 1 and here it is 2. So you can rely on name, so where the value is same. Sex is the value. So if I inspect the element with this attribute, two elements will be identified. One is the male and the female. So I would take this attribute and go to the Eclipse. Here we are going to create a class. Create a new class over here. Suppose I say the class name is radio with a main method to this. And here we are going to automate this class. So we need to launch the application. So as anyways we are into the Facebook only. Now we need to find those two elements with this value. Name is equal to this value. So driver dot, we saw find element, it's to find a single element. Now we need to find multiple elements. So take the method find elements with some locator, and this method is going to give you web elements, multiple. So I'll store it into a list. So list is one form, is from the collection concept of Java, where list can hold multiple duplicate elements as well. So the elements where the list is going to hold is the web elements. So take this method. So by dot, it's a name, and here is the name of the value which we are inspecting, and the output of this method is nothing but a list. I would store it into you can say gender is the variable name. As this variable is having many values, that's a list, and the list is holding web elements. Okay, web element. Now import the web element and import the list also. When you're importing a list, two imports you find: import from java.awt and java util. Always go for java util package. Now your gender is having two radio buttons. If you want to verify whether how many elements are there, you can take this gender, that's your web element, dot, you find a method size. You can just check here. Size. So size method gives you the count, how many elements are there in that variable, integer output, and the size can be used with a variable of type list. So it is going to give you a count, so I can store it into a variable cnt, and as it is returning an integer type, declare cnt to integer. Now you can display the count, how many web elements are there in this our cnt, right? So when you run this code, it will display you two web elements. Okay, so next is, now I need to select one after another the radio button. You have two, right? So you can implement now the for loop of Java concept. Now, if one radio button is not selected, then select it. If that is my requirement, then what I can do, first we'll go with the for loop. The syntax for, I can declare any variable integer I starting with 0, right? And then you need to give the condition. That's I reaching to the count. Once this count is done, your for loop should stop. So reaching to the count and the increment. I place. Now inside this for loop, you are trying to implement the code. Now what is that code? You need to keep on clicking on every web element. Means click on the first female radio button and then male radio button. So as the radio buttons are present in this gender variable, I can take here the variable dot. There is a method known as a get to that index. First initially I is to 0, so it has to go to according to I value. So get index, get to that web element. As I is moving to 0, it will go to the first 0th web element, and if you want to click over it, you can click, or you want to know the text, get text of that web element. As it is returning a text, I can save it into a string variable txt, and we can display here the text as well. After displaying the text, you need to click on that web element.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Selenium by answering this question. In which of the following is Selenium variables are stored? A. Variable store. B. Stored vars. C. Stored variables. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So here I can mention gender dot go to that, get to that I value, and dot click action. Okay, so in this case what happens, first it will try to identify the female radio button and click over it, get the text out of it initially, print it and click. Then I will increment, means go to the next web element, right? So when you go to the next web element, it's a male, right? So automatically this loop should execute once again. But before every looping, you want to wait for certain time period, then you can use thread.sleep. That's you're giving a wait time period before going to the next looping. So maybe 1000 milliseconds we can provide. Exception handling while. Okay, so now you can just run the code and check. You can observe the radio buttons. First female will be selected because, and then male. After that count is over, all the web elements are done, it stops the looping. So you can observe here the male and female. First female, wait period, then male. Done. Okay, and if you observe the here, this is your output. Okay, so this is how you can use the for loop. Web alerts, which you also find window alerts as well. And to handle these alerts, we are going to use the following methods: switch to, accept, and dismiss. So alerts are something like a pop-up which are appearing on your applications or desktop when you're handling your any of the tools or uploading files. So those are nothing but alerts or pop-ups, where you find some acceptance or cancellation options along with it. So coming to the alerts, there are two types: web alerts and window alerts. The pop-ups or alerts you find when you're working with web application, they are termed as web alerts, and the same notifications when you find using some Windows application uploading files sort of thing, they are known as window alerts. Now here, but the window alerts can't be handled with Selenium WebDriver. You need to use different tools for it, Auto IT or Sequely sort of thing. That we'll be discussing later. So today in this session, we'll be working with web alerts. So we're working with web alerts. We need to use a method that is a switch to, because you need to switch your control from your application to the pop-up. So this method will help us. Then you need to perform certain operations over it. The reason is because on the alert there you find two options, either accepting or ignoring or dismiss. So a method to accept or click OK is nothing but accept method. It's equivalent to clicking on the OK button. And dismiss is a method which is helpful for clicking on the cancel button over the notification. But in some alerts you find only one option, OK. So in that case you can use either method, that is dismiss or accept. And also you find some text is displayed over the pop-up. If you want to get the text, you can use the method get text. Okay. And also you can, if you want to enter some data to the fields available over the pop-ups, we can use send keys method to send the data. So let's see an example, practical aspect of it. So we are just creating a new package. Let's create a new package here. So in this package we are creating a class for alert handling with a main method, and we need to launch the application where you may find some alerts. So here we are going to take any booking site where alerts may appear. So I'm taking a redbus.in. So in this application, if without entering any source and the destination from and to, if I click on search bus, or else you can take some other URL, ksrtc.com. Okay, let's take this URL. So in this URL you find here the booking, leaving from and coming to. If you don't provide any details to it and click on search for bus, this is my pop-up. This is a pop-up having only one option, OK. There's no cancel here. So you can use either method, accept or dismiss. And there's also text available over this alert. Please select start date. This is a text. So now the control, I can't do any actions on my applications unless I close this alert pop-up. So I have to click on OK, then only my control will come back to the main page. Okay. So now what we have to do after login to the application, we need to click on the search bus button. So we need to inspect it. So here you find it's a button having some class attribute, submit, on, click. So we can take an XPath for this. It's a button, type is equal to submit. Driver.find. py.xpath and the path. We need to make a click action over it, and to display the pop-up it needs some time, so we would take a thread.sleep maybe some 2000 milliseconds, handle the exception. So once the pop-up is displayed, if you click over it, the pop-up displays. I want the text, so to switch to the pop-up, so we have here driver dot, there is a method switch to. You can switch to an alert, switch to the alert. After switching to the alert, you need, these are the methods belonging to the alert class: accept, dismiss, get text. Now as it is going to provide a text, I can pass it to a variable or string and display the text. Okay, so this would, if you run the code now, it's taking time. Let me run it once again. Alert, and text has to be picked from this alert. And you see, this is a text. Please select the start date. Now I need to click on the button as well. Once it gets the text, it has to click on the button so that it comes back to the application. So, but button don't have any attributes. If you right click also, you will not find any attributes for the button. So what I have to do, I would say driver dot switch to the alert and click on accept. That's nothing but OK button. As here you have only one option, you can use either accept or dismiss, either, it's okay. But you can also do some validation. If the text displayed over the alert is please select start date, then only click on accept, because it can be any text, right? It can be any text. If the text displayed over the alert is please select start date, then only click on the accept. So I can write if condition. If the text which you have picked from the application is in this variable, if the data present in this variable, if it is equal to, these are the string methods where I can compare the content equals, when the content is equal to and what I am expecting with my expected text, double. Oops. If it is equal to this content, then click on the accept button and say this out, correct correct alert appeared, just for understanding. Also you can write an else invalid alert, and at last you want to close the browser, driver dot okay. Now once you run this, so based on the text of validation which we have done, it will go to the if condition, click on OK, display the text and close the browser. So displayed, button is clicked, closed. So you see here, this out correct alert is displayed, means it is executing the if block, not the else. So this is how you can automate the web alerts or pop-ups. What is XPath access? It's nothing but one approach. So it is an approach to find an XPath for some complex and dynamic web elements. You can find an XPath based on the preceding web elements, ancestors, parent, the child, the following, right, the siblings. These are the different XPath options or types available. So we'll discuss each one, like what is meant by preceding. Okay, so preceding is nothing but this is one approach where you can find all the web elements before the current web element or before the current node. So before preceding all the before web elements before the current web element that you can find using preceding. So the syntax would be whatever your XPath of your current element, and you need to specify preceding and the colons and asterisk. Asterisk will give you all the preceding web elements before that. Okay. Similarly, ancestor. Ancestor is something where you can find all the parents and grandparents of the current tag, all the ancestors. Okay. And this is the following syntax to it. Then you can see the just adjacent parent to the current node. You can get it with the parent ancestor. You can say the XPath access. Preceding siblings means just the siblings of the current node, not all the ancestors. Within the parent node, all the siblings before your current sibling you can find with this.
Just a quick info, guys. If you wish to learn testing and make a career in it, then we have a good news for you. Intellipaat provides Test Architect Master Course in collaboration with IBM and Microsoft. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Sibling, you can say the preceding siblings. The child, this is used to find all the child nodes of the parent identified node. Here you have a descendant. So all this will use it or will find it when practically demonstrated. Followings. Followings are something if you want to check or find all the you can say the current, whatever the current node you have found, you want to see all the following web elements to it. After the ending of the current web element, you want to see all the following web elements nodes. You can use this following. In that following siblings you have, it returns all the siblings after the tag of the current node. Once you close the tag, whatever the siblings are there, following siblings, it will identify. So in this manner, we will be understanding these, how to find these XPaths. So you can go to any application. Now I want to find, so let's inspect this web element. Now this is the locators of the current web element. Let's go to the crow path. And this is the relative XPath and the absolute XPath. Now we need to just get the ancestors of this found web element text box. So this is your normal XPath. So in case if this XPath is not helping us to find this web element, I want to find this web element based on its ancestors. So I can use the syntax / tag name, the attribute name and its value, and then use the ancestor colon, and if you want to find all the ancestors, give an asterisk. /ANCESTER that's right. TOR ancestor. Yeah, so if any syntax error, it will be turned to red, that indicates an syntax error. Now I'm just clicking here, you find here 14 matching nodes, means there are 14 ancestors to this text box, who are the parents, grandparents and so on. So you can find them all below here. What are those 14 grandparents or the ancestors? And also on the application you find them all selected. This Facebook text is there, email, password, this complete, okay, everything, these all are the ancestors. Okay, so this is one way of finding the ancestor. Now you want to find a child to this text box. So I can use the syntax here, instead of ancestor, child. Find the child to this text box. There are no childs to this web element, this text box. Okay, in that case we can find, inspect this, and here we'll try to find the child. There are 32 childs, means 32 sub elements are there in this drop down. What are those 32 childs which are displayed over here? All the options from the days 1 to 31 days and 1 day option. So total 32 childs. So this is an XPath based on the child details. You are finding the current node, right? Now you have a descendant as well, which returns the child, grandchild of a current node, means internal sub elements as well. So there you can use the descendant, ds DANT, all the childs and grandchilds. So still there are no sub elements, grandchilds to this current node, so they are still 32. Okay, so in this manner you can create your, using the XPath access concept, the XPath for inspecting the web element. As we know, following is there, following, so it will give you, it's giving you 304, means which are those sub elements or web elements after this drop down. So you can find from the application, there are all this, everything whatever you see, all are the followers of it. There are 304 web elements. Okay, you want to find the current parent of the current node. It's itself, this is the parent, the complete, the day, month and a year, that is a parent for this inspected day web element. Okay, and you have a preceding as well. So preceding will give you all the elements before that, grandparents, parents, each and everything of that particular web element. So first understand what is meant by actions class. So action is a built-in class in Selenium WebDriver where it includes many more methods, as one of them is nothing but move to element. You have a click method, double click, click and hold, dragging, keyword related actions, release method, send keys and many more. So these actions class will be used in some special scenarios where you want to drag some element to certain destination, okay, where you want to right click over it or double click over it, which is not possible with our normal web element methods. And the next method, that is a build, will be used to build multiple methods as a single sequence. For example, I want to go to a particular element, then select it, then right click over it and select the third element. So these multiple steps will be formed as one step in a sequence and executed with the help of build method. And the last one is a perform, where it is used to execute the currently pointed web element action. So perform method is used for executing the actions, and build is used to combine all the sub actions into one sequence of action. So build and perform you can use together on a single web element. But before using all these methods, you need to create an object for actions class. So let's see, understand what is this move to element method. So in case whenever you inspect any element and you want to move the control to a particular web element, you can use this method move to element. Move to the element which is already inspected. So before using this method, we need to create an object for the actions class. The class name, object, new actions, and pass the driver instance to which but the application has been referred. Then you can, after moving to that inspected element, you're trying to build it in a one single sequence of step and then executing it with the help of perform. Now similarly, you can move the element based on x and y coordinate as well. For that you have a method that is move by offset, give an x and y position. So you can get the x and y value with the using the method get location of a particular x and y coordinate. So let's see practically how to implement this code. So getting to the Eclipse, we are creating a new class. Write the class name as move to. Now here on the Facebook, to log into the username and password, we can get the properties of it. So as usual, you can find an element based on the required locator. So ID is the value. We say driver.find by.id and the value of the ID, and this is a web element username. The same manner we will find the password as well. Driver.find ID is passed over here. Okay, now also I can identify the button attributes. I can take this login text ID. free web elements. We have found it. Now we can create an actions class object. So you can create here as well. First, as we are implementing the actions class, it is the object name, new actions, and pass the reference of your driver here. Import the actions class from Selenium interactions package class.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Selenium by answering this question. Select the language which is not supported by Selenium. A. PHP, B. Java, C. ASP, D. C#. Comment your answers in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answers. Now, let's continue with the session.
Once action object is there, now we will not go to this particular web element and send keys. We'll use an actions class. So the object name is act dot. We have many methods, like as we discussed: build, click on the web element, click and hold, okay, context click, double click, dragging. So we are looking for a method that is move to element, the element web element already identified. The web element which we have found is UNM. So it will go to this web element, and then I want to give some send keys. The data given at gmail.com. This is the test data. Now similarly, the act dot move to element, that's our password, and then dot send keys. Test is the password. Now if I don't want to directly go to the login button, I can use move to offset as well. But for that I need to get the X and Y coordinate of this log, right? So this identified web element dot, you have here get location, the log web element dot get location dot, I want the X coordinate. So it is a point method which is going to return you an integer value, get x coordinate. So as it is returning an integer, I can save it to a variable. Suppose you can take any variable name x. The same way, log dot get location, I want the y coordinate of it, integer value, pass it to a variable of y. Now this x and y, I can use it act dot move to offset, where you need to give an integer input, offset of x and y. That's nothing but x, and this is y. So after going to this, I need to click over it, right? So dot click action, and this click action has to be executed, right? Has to be executed. So what I do, I build all the steps, moving to the element and then clicking over it. So 2 steps are done. So I have to build those 2 steps into one sequence. So build dot perform. So this is one action. And also similarly, moving to that web element, sending data, and you have to execute these 2 steps again. So dot build and dot perform. The same way here, dot build and perform. Okay, so this is what is our automation we have done. Let's execute and check whether it is going to the respective web elements and doing the action. So it has to move to the email text box. It's going to the first name, so the driver dot find element id is equal to email is not working here. It's going to this first name. Inspect it. Let us check here. Let me take an XPath for this. It's taking let me edit it because it's taking a value. So instead of value, we'll make it to id. So input tag having id is equal to email. Okay, it is identifying it. Let's take this XPath for here. Not XPath. Let's run this. So as you see, the cursor is by default in the first name text box. So it is entering over there. So let's move the cursor initially to here and then enter the data. So what we can do here, before entering to this attribute unm dot click. In case if this is failing, we have to edit the script by taking some other locators. Let's stop and run the code once again. So here we have executed it. So it's passing the data to the fields. So that is how we can do the move to element. So in actions class, you have a method double click. So you can use it along with the actions class object and then build and perform. So you can also move to element and double click the element or inspect the element in the double click method and make the required performing of the execution of the statement. So we'll just understand with the help of an example. So you can take any other application, maybe like Amazon application, where you have a sign-in functionality. So you can take any button from here or the link. Okay, I'm just taking this sign in of the Amazon and just double clicking. As soon as we double click, let it load. So it is going to the sign in page. So this implementation you can perform. First we will do a mouse over to this web element with the help of actions class and then perform a double click. So going to the Eclipse, create a new class. With the main method. And first we need to inspect the sign in. This is the link. This span is something your sign in. Okay, you can take the text over the link or you can also go with the XPath. This is XPath. So I will take this XPath and find the element initially. So driver dot find by dot in the XPath. So this we would save it to a variable web element sign in. Import the required from Java Selenium. And here first we'll create an actions class object. Yes, it is the object new actions where driver instance has to be passed, and also import the actions from the Selenium. Now with this driver actions object act dot, you need to move to that element initially, so we can call the method move to web element, inspected web element, which is in the variable sign in, and then we will do a double click. So you have a click, just context click and also double click. So after moving to the element, we are double clicking and build and perform. Okay, so you can just run this code. So first it has to do a mouse over, move to that element. So move to the element is done, and then double click. Once double clicked, it is to the login page, sign up page. So this is about the double click. Also you can use the double click directly, act dot, double click on the web element directly. That web element is sign in and build and perform. So this also works the same manner. Just it goes to that element and double clicks and executes. So using these two methods, you can find the element initially, move to it or double click, or directly double click on the inspected element. So this is all about this understanding this method of actions class. So as usual, we can use this method with the object of actions class. First you can move to the element and then do a right click, context click, and execute it, or directly you can move to the element and do the context click. So we'll see a practically how to implement. So the same Amazon application we can take as we have executed in a previous example. I would go to this element, move to this element and do a right click. Okay, this is a right click. So instead of creating a class, we can edit here itself. I can use here. Already we have inspected a sign in option and a act object. So act dot, we can say move to element initially, move to the element sign in, and then do the context click. Context click or context click on the web element also you can perform. Dot build and dot perform. Now once you run the code, so once after loading the page, first it will mouse over, move to that particular inspected web element and then right click, move to and right click. So this is how you can implement. And if you don't want to initially move to element, you can also use act dot context click on the web element, that is a sign in. So context click on this, and you can directly perform as well because we don't have many actions to be executed, only context click and then you have to just execute, so no need of build. So this also will execute the same manner. Actions method, that's a dragging and dropping. So this method implementation, this functionality can't be implemented with a simple WebDriver method, so we use actions method, that's a dragging and dropping. So where you want to drag one particular web element and drop in some other location, we can go for this method. The syntax can be drag and drop. You need to specify the location, the element to be picked and dropped with the help of actions class object. Also you can specify the x and y coordinate by taking the integer value of x and y location of an web element and implement it. Now we'll see a practical how to implement this dragging and dropping. We can go for, there's a site known as a jQueryui.com. So in this I'm going to the droppable section. Now if you observe here in this application, there are two text boxes, text areas, which you can drag it and place over the destination. So source is movable, destination is fixed. You can drag it and leave it on the source where the text would change like dropped. Okay, so this is what we are implementing. But these two elements are placed under a square circular box surrounded by an area that's nothing but a frame. Okay, so frame is again a small HTML code placed over the actual main HTML code. So first you need to point to the frame and then to these two web elements. So let's implement it. So create a new class. Drag and main method in which you are taking this URL. So first we need to point to this frame, but to get the properties of the frame you can inspect any element within. So this is the element, drag me, just move upward to find a frame tag. So here you see the frame tag is iframe, having a source and a class, that's it. So now you can create an XPath for this. So it's having here the iframe, having based on the class the XPath is formed. So first we can move to that frame. So to implement move to frame, we can say here driver dot find element by dot, here the tag name, that's a tag name, right? So we can inspect based on the tag name, that is iframe. The tag name iframe. This way also we can implement. Okay, and after finding the element we can say switch to that frame. Okay, switch to that frame. So here driver dot switch to method we have already discussed in our last session. Switch to the frame. You can also specify the index position. Okay, so but to switch to the frame it would take some time, so we'll apply a thread dot sleep, suppose 1000 milliseconds, handle the exception. Now after moving to the frame, now we can inspect the source and the destination. The source web element is this. Here the text is the text is available. I can go with the XPath here. So it is containing drag me to the target, or like I can take this draggable as the target element. ID draggable, based on this also I can find an element here. Driver dot find by dot ID and the draggable. So this element will save it to a variable. Source. The same manner, inspect the target. The target is having droppable. So two elements we have found. Now we have to just create an actions class here. New actions where driver instance will be passed. Import the actions class. Now this using the ACT object. we have a method known as drag and drop the source and to the destination, the source src and the target. So after dragging and dropping, we want to perform, means execute it. You can just run the code. So first it has to point to the frame and then the elements within it. So if you don't identify the frame, your elements won't be inspected or found on the web element. So it has been dropped on the target. Now assume this is one part. If I want to validate whether it is successfully dropped or not, if it is dropped, the text is modified to dropped, right? We can do this validation as well. Going ahead for validation, I would say that if the text over the destination, the web element is tgt target tgt dot get text. If the text present on the target web element, if it is equal to, or you can say contains or matches, anything you can take, matches with our dropped with exclamatory. If true, then we can display some statements sysout saying successfully dropped, so that you can validate it.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides online Selenium certification training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Dropped and verified, and you see the successfully dropped text message. So this is how you can drag an element from one location to another. So this keys is an enumerated class which takes the instructions from your keyboard equivalent to the keyboard actions like key down, key up, control key, enter key. You can give any character, control V, copy, paste. So these all actions can be implemented with this class of keys. So here you can use the send keys, keys down, enter. All these actions can be performed. We'll see one example how we can control as we do a copy paste, control C and control V. So that we'll try to implement here. Like I will just take here the application new tools, demo AUT. Coming. Okay, now I'll just create a class. Okay, and with the main method, and here we'll take this URL. Now first we need to do a login. This username attributes are, it's a name attribute, username. So driver dot find by dot name attribute and the value. So I would enter the data directly here. Send keys is the username, but before that I'll create an actions class again. Where driver instance now what is our requirement is, now whatever data I have entered to this username, the same data I need to copy it. Okay, the data which I am entering to the username field, I need to copy it. As right now my cursor is at the end, I have to click here and control, as I have to say control C. I have to click here. I have to select it initially. For selecting, I say control A, it's selected, then control C. Okay, and then go to the password field and paste it. This is what our functionality is. So now initially I have to say control A for selecting it and then copy it. So that's the reason we'll be using now keys action here. If I want, I'll just save this to a web element uname. Now the ACT, okay, here I can't pass the data directly. Okay, we can do one thing. Directly we can say ACT dot, okay, fine. Okay, fine, let's keep like this. ACT dot, I need to click on this button, this text area, and then say control A. So for that I'm taking the method click on a web element. So web element, I can directly pass the variable or this process of identifying the web element, it's one and the same. Then I would give the action control A, so I can put a dot, okay, or down also I can continue it. In the next line again dot, there is an action key down, where I need to pass the class keys dot keys dot control. Okay, keys dot control. Then control, I have to say control A, right? So dot, you have a send keys, coming here, keys dot control is of type keys. Yes, and then dot, you want to send keys again, what we have to enter a character A, control A. So after giving control A, you need to say C, control C. It's already, control is still pressed, we have said A and now control C. So now it has been copied and I need to release the control keyword. So I can take this keys up. Now it is not keys down, you have a method known as a keys up, means you are releasing it. releasing the control key. After releasing the control key, I need to go and click on the password field. That is, name is equal to password. Dot click on the web element, that is with the driver dot find by dot name and the value. So going and clicking on the password field, and there keys down, again control V we have to give, keys down, keys dot, again you have to give here control dot send keys, that's control C, sorry control V, you're pasting it. So after giving the control V, you have to release the, here is it, keys up, you have to release the control. Okay, now all these actions you have to build them, all these actions you have to build and then perform. Okay, so control copying and pasting. So we'll just run it and check whether the data is copying.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Selenium by answering this question. In which of the following is Selenium variables are stored? A. Variable store. B. Stored vars. C. Stored variables. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session. Just a quick info, guys. If you wish to learn testing and make a career in it, then we have a good news for you. Intellipaat provides Test Architect Master Course in collaboration with IBM and Microsoft. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So the data entered to the first field is copied and pasted into the second field. Now further you can just automate the sign in button and do the click action. Okay, so this is all about working with the actions methods. Reading the data from an external resource is very important in our automation testing, where the data is stored in a .properties extension file. Earlier we have already discussed the data reading from a text file. So the limitation with the text file was you need to read the data line by line. You can't randomly go to any particular line and read the file. You have to start with the starting point and reach up till the end point of the file. So to overcome that limitation, if you want to read the data randomly from any location, you can use the properties file. Now in the properties file, the data is stored in the form of a key and a value pair. You have a certain key and a value associated to it. Okay, so let's first of all create a property file and then write a script to read it. So for creating a properties file, I just use a notepad. As we know, the data is stored in the form of key and a value. We can use different keys, maybe like relating to the session we'll use. Suppose name is a key. Okay, course is a key, time factor is a key. Okay, and you can say a course. Okay, I'll write as a subcourse. Subcourse is another category. So here we have different keys available where the values can keep on changing. Name of a student can be anything. You can edit it, but name, the key would be fixed, right? The name doesn't change. The meaning of name doesn't change, but the values can keep on changing. Course, that's a generic term where the course can be Oracle, testing, automation, UFT, anything. Subcourse, the time factor may change, like the name. Maybe the name is a student 1. The course is testing. The sub-course is Selenium. And the timing is something you can say 8 p.m. and IST. This is what the different data we have. And these are the keys and the values. So we'll save this as a properties file. Save. Select all files. I'm placing it on the desktop. So I say stud.properties. .properties extension, save it. This is a properties file in the edit mode. You see this is the data, right? So now coming to the Eclipse, we'll create a new class where I would say read properties, main method. First step, you need to create an object so that you can refer the properties file. So creating an object for the properties class. P capital properties, the object name is suppose P1 new properties. This is the object created. You need to import the properties from Java util package. Once property is object is available, you need to read the data from a file location, your properties file. So as you need to read the data, you have to use a class file input stream. It's again a built-in class in Java, file input stream class. So create an object for it. File input stream, the object name, new file input stream. And here you need to pass the input, that's a file location, where is your properties file, as a string input. So the properties file is on the desktop. Go to the properties on the desktop of C drive. It's stud.properties extension. Okay, make into double slash. Okay, now import the file input stream from Java IO package. Handle the exceptions, declare the throw. Now your FIS is there. Now you're using the different methods from the properties class, you can read the data. So P1 dot, you need to actually load the data, complete data from the properties file, right? So we have here a method known as a load. Load the data with the help of file input stream object. Okay, this method. So that's the FIS object. During loading, handle the exception, IO exception. Once loading is completed, you can read randomly any key. So sysout system.out.println p1.get property by giving the key. Now what are the keys? As you have a property file, I can read randomly any key. Randomly I want to read a course is a key. That's a input is a string course. Next, I want to read a name. The time. And the next one, subcourse. Okay, so this is how you can read a data randomly from a properties file. So run it. So the values are testing for the course property, key, name, the timing, and so on. So this is how we read a data from by only 3 lines of code: properties class object, input stream object, load it, and with the help of get method get the data. So here we are going to understand how to read a data from a text file. So first of all, we need to understand what is the necessity of reading the text file is. When you do an automation, actually we don't hard code the data in the script. We try to supply or provide the data from an external input sources, maybe the text file or an Excel sheet or even from databases. So let's understand what is that, how to implement, how to write a code to read the data, maybe character by character or mostly line by line. We try to read it from the external file or the text file. So for that, first of all, we need to follow certain steps. You need to create a notepad, a text file with some data which you want to read. Then you need to write a script, a JavaScript, where first point is locating the text file, the pull path, and then we need to implement the code of reading line by line into and displaying. Okay, so let's I'll write here some lines of code. I say this is Selenium automation. So it is a then I say manual testing, UFT testing. So this is some script or some lines of code. Consider this is our data which we have to read. I save this file in certain location. Maybe I'm just putting it on the desktop. And here I write this as read.text extension. And our project is here. And I would create a simple package here. I write the package name as general package, and let's create a class inside this package. The class is reading text file, read text file with a main method. So here you need to write the code. First point is to point to the location of the text file. So whatever file you locate, I can save. The file is nothing but the path, right? So that I'll save it to a variable. Suppose f path is the variable, and here I assign the path. So that's a text. The file is here. Go to the properties. It's in the C drive desktop. And the file name is read.text. Just make sure it's double because Java don't understand single /. So semicolon. As this is a string, make this variable also of string data type. Now the second point is you need to read the data from this file. If you want to read it in the file class, you have a class known as a read buffer. So read buffer is a built-in class which reads the data from this path and stores in an internal buffer so that it can afterwards provide the data line by line. So for that reason, initially you have to create an object for the read buffer class. So buffer read, buffer reader, bu. Suppose bf, as you create an object, buffer reader constructor, and need to provide the path from where to actually read the data. It is in this variable, pass this as an input. Now once this is done, you are getting a buffer reader cannot be resolved. Sorry, buffered reader. So that's the reason you could not get the import from Java IO. Once after importing, the constructor is undefined, buffered reader. Sorry, string. Okay, so buffer reader, it is saying it is not able to read the string input. So whatever is the string input, you need to convert into a file reader class. So what I can do here is, inside this, create an object for the file reader. You need to read it from the file, right? That's a file location. So file reader, and take this as an input for the file reader class. Import the file reader and handle the exception. Yeah. Once the data is read, now you need to actually set your cursor position at the very first line from where you need to actually read it. You should set from the just a second. So you need to set your cursor at this particular position and start reading line by line. So that's the reason I take a string, a variable, to set at a initial position. So I take string start line. This is a variable name from where you need to start. Now you need to start reading the file from the very first line up till the end of the line and then stop. So how will you know that you have reached at the end of the file? For that you have a method. You need to write a condition saying that while so you keep on reading when up till you find a null value in the file. So null value is something once you reach to the end of the line. So whatever the starting position or cursor you have set, so I say start from the current position where whatever the buffer reader you have, bf dot, there is a method read line by line up till you are reaching to the null value. Okay, so up till, so you keep on reading continuously up till you don't find a null value. So don't find a null means there is a data in the file. So keep on reading that data and displaying the data. So in the while loop, you're saying throws exception, sys out, whatever the value it is reading. Okay, so that's it. We'll just try to execute it. We'll see what is the output. Yeah, so whatever the data you have started, it's reading line by line. After this line there is a null value, so your while loop is failed, the condition fails and it comes out of the block. So this is a small line of code where you need to create a buffered reader class object and read the data from that file line by line up till you reach to a null value. Let's understand our next approach of reading data from external source. That's an Excel file. So in our real time we use this Excel file reading max time, most of the time, always. Now you can understand, like, we need to know if you want to read an Excel file, we need to download the jar files for it. The reason, whenever you read a properties file or a text file, you don't need any jars. But for Excel, we need jars. The reason here, the properties file and text file are the built-in components. They come in built with your operating system. But Excel, Word, PowerPoint, they are the external application. Okay, which you got with the Microsoft application. After installation, you get Excel. So to identify these applications, you need to download the respective jar files. So first we'll see how to download the jar files for Excel and add to the project, and then create an Excel sheet with the data and write a script to read the data from the Excel. Okay, so just going to a browser in the Google, you can just search for JXL jar download. Here you have a download version 2.6 jar. You can just click over it. This is your jar file. It's a zip file. Just click over the zip file and then extract it. I'm just saving it to the desktop. So once downloading is completed, I just say show in the folder. This is jar file. You need to extract. For extraction, right click over the file, say extract files, and then select the location where you can extract the jar files. You can just browse where you want to extract. Okay, extract and then say OK. So it will automatically extract. So right now already I have this file. So it is in the downloads folder. In this main folder, I created one subfolder like Excel jar, and after extraction I get this jar file. So this jar file we need to add to our project. So for adding, this is our project, demo is a project. Select the project, right click, go to properties, then you find a Java build path and select the tab of libraries. Here you need to add the JXL. So as JXL is on the desktop, not on exactly desktop, in the downloads folder, external location it is of your system. So select the option add external jars. Then browse to the location where you have extracted. It is in the JXL jar folder, this one. Select and say open, apply and OK. Now you see in the reference libraries, this is a JXL jar file added. Now you can work with the Excel. Now Excel, I just take some 2 columns where I want to save some username and password. I say this as username and next one as a password and fill the data. The first one as suppose a1@gmail.com is the first set of data. And second one is password is AAA. Here b1@gmail.com and here B is the data. Similarly C1, I just give some random information. So 3 user credentials we have, and this is I save this file, save it. I'm saving it on the desktop itself. I select the type of Excel extension. I'm taking it to 95 workbook, which extension is .xls. And the name is book1.xls. I just kept it as book1. Okay, just replace it. A new file with book1 is saved here. There's no book1. Where did I save it? Okay, I have one Excel file. I'll just take that Excel file whose name is sample.xls. It's having a username and password 2 columns, and this is the username password 3 set of data we have. It's in the sheet. I just give as the sheet as a default, or I can also rename the sheet. Here the name of the sheet is ABC. Okay, so this is also saved on the desktop with the file name as sample.xls. So I would read this location. So now coming the project, create a new class, read Excel with the main method. Now there are certain steps needed to read a Excel file. Is first of all you need to go to the workbook, then to the sheets, and then to the worksheets. Okay, workbook location, and then point to the rows and columns and then the data within it. So for that you have different classes which you'll get automatically with the help of your jar file, jxl jar. So first step, we would write here creating an object for the workbook where it locates the path of the Excel file. So workbook WB is the object, new, you want to get the workbook, right? So WB is equal to workbook dot, you're not creating a new Excel, you're getting it. So get workbook and input is a file location. So the input, whatever you give, it should be of type of file. So create an object of file type, file, and then give the path of the Excel over here. So our Excel path is on the desktop, sample, XLS. Okay, import the file. There are many imports. Just observe and import it. Import Java IO package. So once semicolon, and once workbook object is okay, there is an exception handling, buffer exception. Once workbook is referred, then you need to go to the sheet. So create an object for the sheet class. Sheet sh is equal to, on the workbook you're going to a particular sheet. So you have two methods here: get sheet integer, get sheet with the name of the sheet. Integer means 0th sheet, 1 sheet, 2, in that way number you can provide. And sheet name is something, name of the sheet which you have edited as ABC. So I give here directly the sheet number, or we'll give the name. So the name of the Excel sheet, I don't know where is it book one saved. Anyways, we have sample application, right? Sample. The sheet name was ABC. Within string ABC is the input. So go to that sheet. Now import the sheet from your Excel jar file, import sheet. See, they're getting all imported over here. After sheet is done, you'll write a for loop. Now for loop to read the row by row, because you need to start reading from the first row. Anyways, it's a heading. You can start from here and stop here. So you can implement a for loop, starting point 0, 0th row, and this is the last row. To understand the last row, we have a method in the Excel, that is a get rows. So it will give you the total number of rows from the Excel. So we'll try to implement the for loop. For integer I, start with the 0th row, and I should be stopped at once rows are done. How will you know the rows are done? On the sheet, you want to know the total number of rows. So there is a method get rows. So this will give you the total number of rows present filled with data. So up till it reach, just loop it. I++. Now in this for loop, we'll read the data from the each cell, like this Swati from first cell. This is the 0th cell column, and this is the 1 cell. Okay, this is the 0th row, 1 row, 2 row, 3 row. So from the sheet sh dot, there is a method get cell, where two input, one is the first should be the column and then the row. The column means you should go to the first column, so 0th column, and the row is pointed with I. So I can give I directly here. Now going to the cell will not give you the data. Cell is just a box. You need to read the data inside the cell. So you have to use one more method, get contents. So this will display the username and password. So what I would do here is, I would display this sysout printed inside this sysout. I would just attach some message as well, you name colon This is a message and this is the data which is going to retrieve. Similarly, for password, sysout, I write here password, and the column should be changed. It should go to the next column, that's one column. So this code will keep on reading up till all the rows and obviously both the columns are read and displayed. So you can run this. So you see here it is displaying this is a message, right? Username and password, and the data is, these are nothing but the from the Excel sheet, the first column data. This is the actual data, Swati, ABC and A111. So in the Excel file, the first row is nothing but the headings. You can skip this by changing in your for loop. Instead of saying start with 0, say start with 1. Now you can run this. You see it is starting only with the data where it is there in the Excel sheet and displayed. So this is how you can write a code. First object creation for workbook, sheet, and then in the for loop use getRows method to know the total number of rows, get cell and get content. Now to understand, so in this session we'll be studying about how to do data driven testing with an Excel sheet. So in our last session we have written as Java's.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Selenium by answering this question. Select the language which is not supported by Selenium. A. PHP, B. Java, C. ASP, D. C#. Comment your answers in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answers. Now, let's continue with the session.
Script where it just reads the data from an Excel sheet. This is what that class is. Read Excel where you're creating an object for referring to the workbook location, Excel sheet location, it's on the desktop. Then we created an object for referring to the sheet name. With the help of for loop, starting from the first row, reaching up till the last rows, we read each and every value from every cell and displayed. Okay, and after that when you executed, you got these values. Now what to do a data driven testing, what we would do is we will pass this data read from an Excel sheet to an application. Okay, so we'll do a slight changes to the same code. Now consider that we are working with a Facebook application. Now first step is open a browser, set the environment to open a browser and then this URL, and then inspect these two text boxes and enter the data from Excel to these two text boxes. Okay, that is what our functionality is. Now to first step in the main method, to launch a browser, you can refer to the series of sessions where you launch a browser, means working with the WebDriver. Okay, so there complete explanation is there, how to download the Selenium jars and what is that system.set property, so on. So here I'll write a code, system.set property. So this is a statement where it sets the path of your Chrome driver, that is a Chrome driver exe, to your system, and then you're creating an object for the Chrome driver. After that you're using a get. Get is a method from Selenium WebDriver using which you're trying to open a URL. So as here we want to open this Facebook URL, we assign here Facebook within double quote string input. After Facebook is launched, okay, then you read, I'll write a code here, reading the Excel file, then you have to refer to the workbook from the sheet and the sheet number, And inside this for loop, instead of displaying the data from the Excel sheet, we'll pass it to our application. So in the application, we have a text box. We need to inspect the properties of this text box. So right click over it and inspect and find the unique property of that web element. So it is having an ID. ID is equal to email. So how to do inspection? What is this inspection? Why I'm taking ID attribute? Refer to our earlier sessions of the WebDriver. So email is a value. So I say here driver dot find element by dot ID and the value email. So once after, and this is a web element, I save it to a variable web element uname. That's a username. Import the web element from Selenium, OpenQA Selenium. The same way we need to find the password. Inspect it. You get the HTML code of the password text field. Pass is the value for ID locator. Driver dot find by dot ID and the value. Pass is the value. This is again a web element. Save it to a variable password. Okay. Now I need to do some actions on this web element. Like to this web element, I need to enter data. So send keys is a method, and the data to this will come from this variable send content, get content. Okay, and to the data to the password dot send keys, you will get it from the sheet and the get content. Okay, after entering first set of data, to loop it to go to the next sheet, I want to clear the old information. So I can say here uname dot clear. Similarly, password dot clear. So what it will do is, first it will enter data to the username and password text field. Okay, it will first inspect the username and password field and then enter the data from the Excel to the two text boxes and clear the information before entering the new data from the Excel. So that's the reason we have cleared it. So we have written the code. Now you can just run the execution of this program. Just right click. Okay, we'll do one thing. This inspecting of the web elements we will write soon after launching the browser. After opening the browser, find the username and password, and inside the for loop just try to enter the data. After entering the data, we'll also put a wait period before clearing. So thread dot sleep, maybe 200 milliseconds, exception handling. Okay, so and okay, and after clear, once it username is cleared, password is cleared, or we'll do one thing. First we'll clear the password so that the control will be automatically to the username field. Okay, now we'll run it. So first set, second set and third set. Okay, so it has passed it. So you can increase some time period, 2000 milliseconds, and run it. So now your Facebook is taking different set of data. For Swati, clear, ABC, then third set. I'm not clicking on OK button purposefully because if I click on OK, these two fields will not be available, right? So that's the reason I did not identify the OK button. So this is how you can find the the code and pass the data from an Excel for your function, for your application. So actually robot is used for doing some mouse and a keyboard actions which are not possible with the Selenium WebDriver. So the mouse and keyboard actions which are happening on the Windows applications on your desktop, which cannot be handled by the Selenium WebDriver, in such scenarios we can go for the robot class. So not only robot, you can also use the other tools like Sikuli, AutoIT, WebDriver APIs, but robot is much simpler as compared to the other tools. Okay, why? Because robot comes inbuilt with your Java, the JDK, so no need of installing any jar files. Okay, so as we discussed, robot will be used in a scenario where you can't automate using Selenium WebDriver. Now the question comes, why we can't automate with Selenium WebDriver? Because in such scenarios you can't find the properties of those elements, web elements or desktop elements, you can say Windows elements. So as you can't inspect the properties, so you can't automate them. So in such scenarios, such cases, we can use robot class methods. Now coming to the installation, as we discussed, you can't no need of installing any robot jar files because they comes inbuilt with the JDK. So you see here no extra installations are needed. So it comes with the JDK package. As Java is a platform independent, even robot is also platform independent. So here, as we discussed just now, robot is used to automate the keyboard and mouse actions. Also, it would be helpful in uploading a file, window handlings, pop-up handlings, downloading the files. In such scenarios, we will be using this robot. As it has some advantages, also it has some limitations, the disadvantages, like as it can automate the keyboard and mouse actions, if I change the screen or if I move to some other applications, the same actions will be performed on the new application as well. So that is one of the limitation in this robot class, where it is not considering on which, or it is not capturing the actions or not performing the actions on the required application. So whichever application is active, on that application the actions are performed. So this is one of the disadvantage in the robot class. So if we take care of the application, the execution would be in a proper sequence, so that you can make a note of it. Okay, so to use the methods of robot class, we need to create an object for the class, as we use here the class name robot. R is an object, new robot, and this robot will be imported from robot.awt package of Java. As class has many methods, these are the following methods like key press, mouse over, key release, mouse release. Okay, and also you'll find some methods used, like if I want to copy and paste, okay, some content, if you want to copy and paste, as you make a Control C, it is actually saved to the clipboard. Your operating system, your system's clipboard, it is saved. It's like a clipboard is nothing but like a buffer. To save the content to the clipboard, we will be using this string selection class. Okay, so this string selection class will create an object. With that object, it copies the content to the clipboard. Okay, and from the clipboard, as I want to paste it, Control V. So from the clipboard, we will be using a toolkit class having a method get default toolkit, where you have a method again system get system clipboard and set the content. So this method will save the content, okay, to the system clipboard. So this will just copy it with this string selection. It will just select and copy, and this method will help you to paste it on the system clipboard. So anyways, we'll be taking an example over this, the copy pasting content. So in that case, in that example, we'll just discuss in detail how these classes work and how the actual execution would be taken on. Also, these all operations you can perform with the keyboard, like key press, control keys pressed, like control V, and also giving a, as you say, control V, control C. So the key event is a class, okay, key event, and this is the action performed on that class. So these are some of the methods which are available under the robot class. Now let's understand with an example how to work over it. Here I'm just taking a Firefox browser where I would just go to google.com. Suppose our requirement is we are going to download some Java software, and while downloading the pop-ups which are appearing, how to handle that we are going to see as an example. So here when I enter the keyword Java download.
Just a quick info, guys. If you wish to learn testing and make a career in it, then we have a good news for you. Intellipaat provides Test Architect Master Course in collaboration with IBM and Microsoft. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
And it goes to the link of Java, and if I click on the first link where Java software is available, these all steps we can automate, but the last step where downloading is going to happen, we can't. I can also click on the free Java download, then again agree to the start free download. These all steps we need to automate. Now this window cannot be automated because you don't find any properties for it. I'm right clicking over it, no attributes. Okay, so in that case, now you can just go to the file, save file, and click over it where the download is going to happen. So this is what we need to implement. Okay, so first we'll just go to the URL google.com. So we're going to the Eclipse system.set property for the Gecko driver we are doing. So in whichever browser you are executing, inspect the application on the same browser, taking a class. Class name is file download with a main method. This is the Chrome browser. We need a Gecko Firefox browser and a URL. Once this URL is done, we need to search this search bar and enter the keyword. So I'm inspecting. So once you inspect, you have an attribute name locator with value q. So here we can driver dot find element. By dot name and the value for it. So this link, to this link I'll send the data here itself, send keys, that is Java download. This is the text. Once after enter, you need to click on enter, right? So I'll take the same attribute. We need to click on dot send keys, and here I can pass the keys enumerated class keys dot keys dot enter. So once after entering the Java download, it would just click over it to give an enter key, and it needs some time to look for those keywords to open the required URL. So we are passing a thread dot sleep around 2000 milliseconds. Handle the exception here. So once after that is done, it will so enter here Java download and enter. Now you need to find the URL, so it's taking time to load the page. So I need to click on this URL, download free Java software. So just inspect it. It's having the URL. You can take a link text, or you can also make an XPath. I'll just right click over it, copy. Even XPath is not coming over here. Okay, let's create an XPath on our own, or else I'll just take on the Chrome browser, because as I have a crow path over it. Let me check the crow path. Okay, inspect this URL. Yeah, I got the crow path over here. It is taking an XPath. This one. Looking for a text containing a text, download free Java software. It's not selecting. Okay, just copy it from here. By dot XPath, and this is the XPath. Okay, so on this link we have to give a click action so that it clicks over the link. So once after link is clicked, again it needs some time to open the required page. So give a thread dot sleep, maybe some more time period. (4000 milliseconds). Once after that link is been clicked, it has to open this page and then find this button, inspect it, or we can also take an XPath of this button as well. Okay, oh, it has been clicked. I'm just going back. We need to take an XPath, inspect on this button. So you have here free Java download. Okay, the text containing the text. So here we'll take this XPath and find the element once again. Driver.find by.xpath, this XPath. Now you need to make again a click action on that button as well. So after clicking on the button, you need to wait for some time period. We'll give as something 2000 milliseconds. Okay, after this button is getting clicked, you have one more button here, agree to the download. So inspect this as well. This is the XPath and find the element for this. Driver.find by.xpath and the XPath. Again, you need to give a click action for that again. Dot click. So after clicking on this, you need to wait for some certain time duration. So that's the reason we are giving some time period here as well. Maybe some 3000 milliseconds. So here the application is still loading. We need to do some more steps. Now we need to handle this pop-up. So as by default, the control is on the cancel. Okay, I can't inspect any elements. No elements are possible now. Now it's time to use the robot object, robot class object. So if I want to click on the save file, what I have to do, my control should come to the save file. So I'm giving a tab option from my keyboard. First tab, it's going to the binary file. Second tab, going to the save file. After second tab, I need to give an enter key so that it gets start downloading. Okay, sorry, just click on it. This is the option. Now first of all, after this wait statement, when the pop-up is appearing, we would create a robot object. Robot, R is the object, new robot class. Now import the robot from Java AWT package. Handle the exception. Now here we have to give a tab option. So using our object, robot object, r dot, you have a method no key press and key release. Key press, here we have a class known as a key event. Key event dot, you can give the tab option from here, vk underscore tab. So you need to give two tabs. So here I would write this once again. Two tabs and then an enter key. So for enter key, instead of tab, vk underscore enter capital is the event. So after that, as you click on enter, it will start downloading. So key press is your method from the robot class. Key event is also a method, static method, where you have the action. All the keyboard actions are available. So now it's time to execute. You can run the class.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Selenium by answering this question. In which of the following is Selenium variables are stored? A. Variable store. B. Stored vars. C. Stored variables. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
It's launching the browser. The keyword should be entered. Okay, and find the required URL. Then next button should be identified. Now after clicking on this option of free download, the window pop-up appearing. So 2 tabs are being selected. Okay, so it came to the save button and it started downloading. Okay, so this is how you try to automate any application. So this is all about how to download. So here we are going to use a robot class methods. Using the robot class object, we are going to handle the file uploading scenario or Windows alerts which are popping up. So let's understand. For example, you can try with some URLs where you try to upload a file, like maybe naukri.com. So in this site, when you try to upload your CV, it will just, this is your window alert which has to be handled now. You need to browse, select one particular file. That file will automatically come into the file name text box, and then you need to just go and click on the open so that it gets attached to the site. So this is what we need to handle now. So we'll go to the Eclipse, create a new class. Before that, we need to launch the application. And here we take the URL. And next one, we'll try to automate. We need to click on this upload file. inspect the attributes. So it's having an ID, input resume parser. You can take this ID for inspecting that web element. So driver.find. Find element by dot id, and we are going to click over this link, dot click action. So once you click on this link, it would take some time to display this pop-up. So we can give a thread.sleep, or else we are going to anyways create the robot object. Import from Java AWT package. Now this robot class has a method to apply a wait statement. Robot also has a inbuilt method to pause for certain duration, that is r dot, that method is auto delay, set auto delay. You find here the method set auto delay. You can give a time duration for it, maybe 2000 or 1000 will give 1000 milliseconds a wait period. Then what we have to do is, once this content is displayed from this site, I would select a file, any file or any text file. I would click, once I click on this file, it appears into this first name. Okay, it appears into the first name, and then I need to click on the open. Means I have to copy this file, copy and then paste it over here, and then click on the open so that it gets uploaded. So to do that, whatever the file is there, I have to get that file from this location, and paste it into the clipboard, where then it would navigate to that particular file. So what I would do is, I would create an object for the string selection class. String selection is a class. Create an object for it. And give the path, the location of the file which you need to upload. So string selection is a class which helps in creating an object, and through that object you can copy the path of the attaching file. So it comes from the AWT data transfer, import it. Now copy the location which I need to attach the file. Maybe a map text file I want to attach. Just make into double slashes. So with this object SS, it copies this file location and then places into a clipboard. So then you have a class known as a toolkit. Toolkit is a class where you find a method to point to the default toolkit. So get default toolkit, and there which you copy to your system clipboard. So here we have one method is a get system clipboard, and to that system clipboard you need to copy the content which is referred with this object SS string selection. So for that you have a next method available, set content. You need to provide here one parameter, who is the transferable, means who is copying or referring to the path of the file, and where you want to copy, the clipboard owner. So SS is the object, and here you can, the owner of the clipboard is your system itself, so I can provide here null value. So now the location of this attaching file referred with this object is copied to your clipboard. So this is equivalent to something like Control C. You have copied the location. Now next is you have to paste that location. So Control V action you have to perform. So whatever the location in the clipboard, we need to paste it, right? So for that we can use the object r dot. You have a key related method, key press, control key we have to give, right? So key event vk underscore control. Now similarly here control V has to be provided. Control V. Now whatever the keys we have entered, we have to release it. So you have a method release method, control key also must be released, and key release. That's it. Now same key release V also should be released. After that you need to click on open button, that is equivalent to clicking on enter key. So I use the same method, control, instead of control key we give an enter key, and the release method, because the enter key has to be released, release the enter key. So that's it. This is equivalent to control V, and this is to the control C. Now we can execute it. Launching has encountered a problem. Driver, you can check the jar files once. jar system library. I think there's no jar file here. Yeah, jar file is not there. Some problem was there, so let's add the jar files. See, they got corrupted here. Just remove them and add once again. And then according to the path specified from the desktop, it has been copied and pasted to it and clicked enter. Okay, sorry, we have uploaded a wrong extension file. It is expecting doc file or PDF file. So you can try with by changing the file name here, provide a doc file and then upload it. Then it would properly upload to the file. Okay, so this is how you can automate the uploading of the file. Only thing is you need to just give a doc extension which is available file or PDF files. Fine. So this is about the uploading of the or handling the Windows alerts.
What is API? First, what is it really about? What is web service? Okay, so the use of API in the market, current industry, why we need right now API. Earlier there was no API testing in the very older, you can say, back release projects, but now API is holding importance in the industry. Okay, so in the coming days API would be the topmost, you can say. So there are different testings. Even we do front end testing, you might be having an idea. No worries if you're not. Front-end testing teams like people working on automation, Selenium automation manual. So as compared to their industry, the API testing industry would be leading. So first let's talk about what is an API. First thing, what is an API? As you know, API is nothing but the full form, you can say, application programming interface. It is an interface. It's a programming interface. So what exactly an interface is? Just to understand, interface is nothing but a collection. Interface in turn has many classes. In general, I'm talking about many classes in it. And in each class, you may have multiple methods in it. So what is meant by methods? Methods in the sense functionality, or you can say functions to perform certain tasks. So interface consists of many classes or methods. So when some software is given in the form of interfaces, so this API is kind of an interface. Okay, so to know more about how and from where this API is coming, first we should know initially what is a web service. So we'll come back to this API so interface once we complete this web service. And web service means a website is providing us a service. So these web services are of two types. You find them in market. They are of two types. The first one is SOAPful web service, and second one is RESTful web service. So in our course content, we will be learning about RESTful web services, not SOAPful. But anyways, we'll have an understanding what is SOAP as well. If in case in future, if you get a chance to work with SOAP, if required, you should at least know the brief understanding of it, how the SOAPful web services documents are shared to you, how you can work with it, SOAPful with Postman, will be having a brief understanding. So as we said, this is a service on the web. So what is a web? You know, you have web applications, right? So web applications, that's nothing but any application which you can open over web or a network. For example, our GoToMeeting itself is a web application. Google, Gmail, all are web applications. So how this communication is happening? I'm in the session, everyone have connected in the GoToMeeting. We are able to communicate. Okay, the screen is shared, the voice you can hear to and fro. How is this happening? So here the communication is through some protocols. So in a Google, if you search for certain keyword and enter, if I type here postman, so the postman keyword is sent to the backend, to the server side via a protocol. So it might be using a HTTP protocol. Okay, protocol means certain standards how the communication would happen from one end to the another end. So here we gave a request in the form of a keyword, a search, okay, and I entered. I clicked enter, right? I clicked enter. That's an action given to this application in the form of a request. This process of searching based the links based on this search keyword is processed at the backend and you get a response. This is my response below the different links for the postman, right? So to understand the API, we should detailedly understand the flow of passing the request via protocol and how that request is processed at the back end and collect all the information from the server side, collect that information, decrypt it, encrypt it because of security over the network, okay, into a JSON format or XML format, whichever it supports, okay, in a JSON form and return back to this screen. That JSON format, we won't be able to read it, understand it. So that JSON has to be converted back into our user readable form at the client side. So here the screen is a client. We have passed a request postman and I clicked enter. The request is gone back to the database, right, at the server side, collected all the information relating to our keyword and sent back to the client in the format of JSON to provide it's a secured form transfer, okay, format. And here you can display the response in the form of readable form, which is on the client side, okay. So this is what a request, going the request and getting the response, which is happening on the web application. Now coming to this, any web application,
you mentioned like when we're getting the response, we will get in either in JSON or XML format. Like why it is different? The request we sent it as form of a keyword and we were invoking in web service code. But like when the response, it is coming in different forms, as you mentioned, XML or JSON.
The request is also going in the JSON format at the backend. The postman word is also going in the JSON format, hit the server and response is in the JSON format and converted back to your readable form, string form. Request and response both are in the certain format. So that based on the agreement between the server, okay, and the server side service and the application, the client, in which format it supports, those all things, okay. So right now, before going into detail to those steps, anyways, we'll be discussing all those points. We are just understanding our request, what is a request and what is a response with a general any application, okay. Now here, any web application, when you talk about web application, it depends on a 3-tier architecture. You all might be knowing it, 3-tier architecture, or you can call this as a multi-tier architecture. What is this? Means for sending the request, means the communication between the client and server, it takes 3 layers are there involved into it. What are the 3 layers? You have a client layer, business layer, and database layer. So business layer, also known as a logical layer or you can say backend, you can say business logic, where a logic, how to process your request, the logic is written over here. It holds in this layer. And database, as you know, it is for storing your required information, whatever the information, the services you need. You're looking for booking, when you're traveling, you're looking for the reservation. So the details about the services are stored at the database. When you're on the e-commerce, when you're searching for some product, the details about the product and the payment, everything, the price, the description, everything is stored at the database along with the transaction performed by you. So it's for storing the transactions, product details, description, so on. That's a database. And the client layer is something where a client is interacting. You mean to say UI, user interface, a screen where you can process your request. So this is how the web application architecture is designed. So when we are interacting, now here I'm in the Google, this is the UI, where there is a search area where I can enter a keyword and enter, click, the request is going. So where the request is going, based on some logic, right? So based on some logic which is present in your business layer and in turn interacts with your database layer, and response is coming back via business to the client. Fine. Now let me just one thing. Let me show you this. You can see this is a three-tier architecture of any web application. Where you're interacting through web, you have a user interface, that's a client layer, business logic, and the database layer. Where the database it's a server, right? Where you have a particular database and data is processed. Now, it's the request is going through every layer, interacting with, hitting the server, collecting the response, and reverting back to the client or the UI. This is your first web application architecture. Now here, what happens is, for example, how is this, when I say, for example, you can take the same example of postman. When I entered a keyword postman, means what? I want the details or URLs of matching where I can install or working with postman tool, right? So the logic, how to get a particular search is written in the form of a methods. Maybe in the JSON form, it goes in a JSON form. So as a request body. So when you're sending a request, you need to pass a URL, right? You'll send a URL. So through Google, your search keyword is going as an URL. Then you have a request body, where you need to say, so right now we don't need to pass any request body. The request body itself will contain this word postman, right? But internally at the business layer, what will be executed? So right now I want a search based on the postman. So internally it calls at the business layer, a method to find the links based on this keyword. So it will have a method. Now say that I have a class name is get URLs. Get URLs is my class name. Instead of get URLs, I'd say search, because it's a common class searching anything. Inside this search class, I'll write a method. So that method to be called publicly. So I say public. This is not any postman code. Just generally, I'm explaining you a logic, how a backend in the business layer, the logic would be written. So public void, I say get URLs. This is a method where you'll have a logic how to search for the URLs. Okay, so here I'll write to the code how to get the URL and return the URL. Return this URL. So whenever the request is going, it will search in the business logic, which is that method helpful for us to get the URL for the based on the request, based on the search. The URLs, whatever multiple URLs or single URL from the database is returned, and it is processed back to your client. So what you can say, business layer is an intermediate layer. Business layer is an intermediate layer between your client UI and the database layer. Fine. So how is it really interacting with the database? You have a logic, you have written a method to get the URL, but how you're getting the URL? Before returning, it may hit the database, maybe a query. I say select the URLs. Select the URLs from the table. So maybe in the database, in a particular table, you have all the URLs. I say table URL. Table name is table URL. So this query will interact, will take a request from the business logic from this method to the database layer, gets all the URLs from the table based on the keyword and returns back to your business layer. So from here, it goes back to the business layer. Now business layer already have a method, return that collected information back to the calling client. So this is how at the back end internally the communication happens. So because of with this query, select URLs from the table, the business logic or business layer is interpreting the database. Okay, so business layer is interpreting with the database, execute the query on the required table and retrieve the data from the table back to your business layer and in turn forward that to your UI, which in a readable form, so that we can get all these URLs as a readable understanding format.
Just a quick info, guys. If you wish to learn testing and make a career in it, then we have a good news for you. Intellipaat provides Test Architect Master Course in collaboration with IBM and Microsoft. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Fine. I think your question is, the question was put forward is clear. Yeah. Now the same interaction, same request and response example, if you take with your Gmail.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Selenium by answering this question. Select the language which is not supported by Selenium. A. PHP, B. Java, C. ASP, D. C#. Comment your answers in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answers. Now, let's continue with the session.
Gmail application where you're trying to find all the mails. So requirement is to check the unread mails. Okay. So here the requirement is to check the unread emails. Now how you get the unread emails? You try to first click on inbox from your email after logging in, signing in, right? You click on email, inbox. Clicking on inbox itself is a request. Where this request is going to your business layer. From that business layer, it is hitting the server. What are the mails for this particular Gmail account holder? It writes a query on the database, get all the mails, select mails from your table, mails table. That retrieved information is coming back to the business layer where we are displaying on the client. Okay, here where we are putting on the client, so that in the GUI, in the user interface, we can find all the emails listed out. So how the mails are coming to the UI? Actually, the communication between the two end points between the two systems are in the form of JSON. Okay, so when I try to put the JSON response, okay, say this is a JSON response, JavaScript object notation, JSON means, we'll discuss in detail what is a JSON, everything. So right now I have a JSON response. I'm looking for all the emails, right? This is a syntax of a JSON. It's an array. You may get 10 emails or 5 emails, 100 emails. Those are nothing but array, means a collection of 5 emails. Each email may have a file attached, a date, name of the email, receiver, sent email address, many things. So you will get in the form of an object. So this is one object, a curly bracket, comma, second email details, comma, third email details. So say that right now we have only 3 emails. Last email don't have any comma, that's the end. Between these curly brackets, the details are there. What details? I just write it here. The first detail is like always the JSON will be in the form of key and value pair. This is the first key. The key is always in a string form. Say that this is mail from where you have received mail. This is one key and an associative value for it. This is a key and a value, colon, and a value is, suppose abc@gmail.com is a sender. This is a value. Not only this is the information in a particular mail, you have many details, comma. The next detail is about the date. Okay, this is a key value. So date is 22nd 5/19/2019. This is the next value. You have any file attached, then you may have a file key, colon, and the name of the file. Maybe you have attached a cv.docs file. So you don't have any more details in your mail. So this is the end of your one object. This is one object. This is one object. In this manner, you may have many emails, right? Now the second one and the third one. So mail from A1 user, whatever the CV1 you got, mail from A user, CV2. These are the different objects. This is called as an object 1, object 2, object 3. Each object having many more details inside it. So this is all collected as an object. So multiple objects you have in your JSON. So this is a JSON array. It's a JSON array. So at last there is no comma. But when I get the details about our Postman search in this manner, we won't understand it clearly. We want a proper UI format. So this JSON format is converted back when it is reaching the client in a readable flow. Right? Is this point clear? Now to check the business flow, when I'm hitting on the check emails button, how the request is going, how is it taking the response, what are the details sent to the server, how much time it is taking, how the network is taking that flow. To understand that, you can also see the under development tool. For that, what you can do is, this is not necessary, but every web server tester should know, API tester should know that. So here, suppose I'm just going to Google. Okay, this is the URL. I want the developer tool because I want to check the network flows of this website. So just inspect anywhere, right click anywhere on the site, inspect. It opens a developer tool for you where you can see all the network flows, HTML code developed used for that UI, everything you can look from here. And here you see different tabs, select console, source, network. Select the network. Right now you can clear the network from here. The option is available here, clear. If you have some logs of the execution flow, you can clear them. Right now we are here, 0 seconds filtration. Okay. Now I'm just clicking here and giving a word Postman or Java something and enter. Here, if you see down under this networks tab, the logs are generated. How is it processed at the backend? And you can see the flow, the time, everything. Now, my first request was in the Google, I have entered Java. So this is the first line, search question mark, this one. I can just click on it. See the status code 200, 200 means 200 is the status code that successfully the request has been processed. Okay. So it's a document type. I just click on this first line. I get the details about that first request, what it is going. In general request, I'm in the header section. You scroll here, general. What is the request URL? Right now, we may not understand much details about this URL. Slowly going in few sessions, you'll get to know. It's a gmail.com search question mark and some encrypted values it is. I have actually passed Java. So that has been encrypted here and passed over network. Question mark, it is something a query parameter. You're passing your keyword, what to search. Okay, then what is it? You're getting some information from the server. So the request method type is a get, Right now, it has successfully executed. The status code is 200. Remotely accessing, remote address accessing is this. Okay, refer origin. Now see the response headers. What will I get as a response? Already response we got here. We got different URLs for Java. Response headers. Header means as you're passing the request headers, you also get response headers, default headers. So these are the cache control, content type. See, content type means in which format you're getting the result. It's an text HTML format using a character set, a default character set of our computer, UTF-8. The date, today's date, the time, okay, expires -1, it says. Server, GWS, it says set cookies, IP address. So these are your headers, status code. Request headers, when you were sending the request also you passed some, Google has passed some headers, like what is the type method, what is the path, the authority. Authority summing is something you're taking a username password. That's a one way of how much authority you have on the Google search. These are all other cookies related info. Set. Okay, this is your string query parameter. I've given Java as my keyword. That is what is your string query parameter, what you're really querying for. It's a queue. See Java, we have request for Java. Okay, this is your headers. Preview, click here to get preview. Okay, we are not getting anything because it's a big search you got here, right? The links. Response. This is what the response. Some variables. So this is the development code for this service. See, they have many functions in it. How the developers have written the business logic. Not exactly the same, but based on this, they have implemented. Iterator chain. How is it calling the another service at the back end? These all things you find. And timings, how the request is busy, request and response. Request is sent, waiting for some time period, then content downloading happened. Okay, the times are mentioned here on the duration section. Cookies, these are the different cookies. It got expiry date, path, size. So in this way, you can understand the execution flow of any request from this developer tool under networks. I can clear it back and you can process some other request and see the logs. These are the logs you can see. This is one way of seeing the logs of your request execution. In Postman also we can see the logs. So what is meant by network logs? So when someone asks you, because these are very basic things, even though that might not hold that importance when you're working, but interview point of view, they are very important, because an experienced guy of 5 years in web services or API testing, by that time of 5 years, for that kind of experienced person also, the basic questions are always asked in the interview. So what are network logs? What is a service? What is an API? What is API testing? What is a web service? These basic things are very important. So coming to the network logs, what is a network log? Any action performed on any web application. Internally, how the logs are generated, okay, will be displayed from the UI level. So I was looking from the UI level, right? So I went here to the site, opened the logs, and how it is reaching to the client from the UI level, I was checking the logs. This is network logs. Okay, fine. Now coming back to our discussion, we were discussing about our web application, right? This is all about web application. Now you also have a desktop applications, right? You know, desktop applications. Applications which are installed on a machine, right, on your system. So do we need a network to communicate with desktop applications? Really not, right? If something is installed on my machine, to access it, I don't need any network. Maybe while installation for the first time, I need network because I need those files, supportive files. But after installation, if I want to work on it, I can work directly without any network. But is that possible with your Gmail or Web applications? No. To work on web applications, always I need a network. Okay, so internet is always necessary for web applications, but for desktop application, they work with network or without network, doesn't mind. So any applications which are installed on your machine and you can access without network, they are desktop applications. So I guess we are clear on these 2 points, desktop and web applications. Now let's move to understand a common word. As we were discussing about web service, what is first we'll understand, now web. We'll understand what is this service. Service and reusability. This topic is very important to explain the interviewer or to get a clarity in your project how the the services are created and what is that service about and how you can reuse it. So first, reusability is something you're reusing it many times without rewriting it. That's a straightforward meaning. What is a service? So service is which performs some task for you, which gives you some output based on your request, right? So I can say a service which performs some functionality, some task. A simple way, I want to add 2 numbers. Adding 2 numbers is a function, some functionality, some task is there. So I can call addition is a service. It's one service which I can use and get the result of 2 numbers addition. Okay. For example, simple example will take a calculator, because I'm taking a very basic example so that the idea would be clear and you can interpret the same meaning to any bigger application. So calculator service. What calculator will contain? What services it will have? What functionalities it will hold? You may add function might be there, right? Function will be there. Subtraction, multiplication, division, and many things, modulus, okay, sign, many functions will be there, percentage, many things will be there in a calculator service. Now see, it's a service. Calculation is a service which is giving you many functions inside it. It's inside this service. When I get this calculator service, with this service, I get all these functions for myself, right? So how this calculation service will be created? Take a simple structure. Now see that here I have a class. I'm creating a class calculator. Inside this class, I'm defining this add sub methods. They are methods. Say it is a method, public method. I say public method name is add. And when you say method, it has its own body, the logic where you write, correct? So here this is a add method. So say that you will be passing some input to the methods. If you're planning this add method should take numbers, I should give a data type that it should take only integers x and integer y. Okay, this very basic level. So whatever values will be there in these parameters x and y will be taken to your method and you do an addition and return the value. Say the result I'll store in another variable. Res is a variable where it can hold x plus 1 task. I'll put in a bracket. This is the task. And this res must be returned from this method so the client will get that addition, right? So return res. So the meaning of this method is going to take 2 numbers only, and do the addition and return. Similarly, I can have one more functionality. So it is for subtraction or take 2 numbers. It doesn't matter. Parameters are same and return it. So right now calculator, you can add n number of methods in this way. Right now our calculator class is having these 2 methods. Okay. So say that you are the service provider. I'm the service consumer. Okay. And you have written this logic of calculator at your end. You have developed this business logic. You have written these functionalities. Now you can provide any inputs and you will get the output. Suppose I started my own retail business web application. As it is a retail business, I need these functionalities. I actually need this calculator service. So will I develop these services once again? Maybe it may take time, or I may not be that compatible to do this task because I'm not a developer. So as you have already developed this calculator, it's ready to use. What I would prefer as a consumer, I would ask you, can you give me this calculator service to me, to my web application, so that I can use these services, these functionalities? Clear? So I have to ask you, instead of rewriting the code again, the same functionalities in my website for my business logic. So by 3 ways you can give me, correct? By 3 ways you can give me. One thing is what? You can give me this class, the whole class to me. To me means what I have to do? When you give this class, I'll add inside my project this class. On whichever project, my web application framework I have, in that framework, I can add this calculator class. Yes, that's working. But there is a problem in this case. What is the problem? When you give me this calculator and I have added to my framework, my project, it's working fine. I'm able to use add and subtraction, but in future I may come across some challenges. What can be the challenges? So if you can give some inputs. Suppose tomorrow I need some other percentage functionality. If you have not developed a functionality, I'll not get it, right? I have to depend on some other provider. Or again, I have to ask you, please develop a code for percentage because I need it. Yeah, that is one challenge. I have to always request you for my new requirements. So adding new functionalities, you have to follow the functionality strictly, the data type as per you have entered. And also tomorrow, if you change this logic, so today you have written this logic, or add two numbers and return. But tomorrow you came up with some new innovative ideas. You can write much better addition code. Okay, some good logic. You want to change this logic. In that case, you'll modify some lines in your functionality here. You'll modify some lines in your method. But as those lines or that modified function will not come to me because you gave me a last copy, last version you can say of this calculator. Now new version of calculator is advanced one. So I'll not get these updates. That is also one more challenge, right? But if I want this new version of the calculator, again you have to give the class file. I have to again add into my project. Then my project will be updated to this new modifications. So automatic updating of my project functionalities will not sync with your updates done on your class file. That is the challenge. So we would be happy as a consumer. I would be happy if my project is automatically taking all the changes done from your side, right? That is one thing we want to consider and enhance. Next thing, right now you have only one calculator class. If I have such, you have developed such, I mean to say, 1,000 classes. Maybe you have developed such 1,000 different classes, and I want all those 1,000 classes. Will you give me every class separately 1,000 times? That's not a right convenient way for me to take it, correct? What I would expect, give them as a pact or a deploy it as a class dot var file. Share me a var file. This var file is having all the 1,000 classes in it. When I get this var file, indirectly I get all 1,000 classes and the functions in it. Okay, this is another way of getting multiple classes, but still the challenges are as it is. Updates will not happen automatically. Next time when you do modifications, you have to pass the var file, or whatever modified classes are there, at least share those modified classes to me, so that my project will be in sync with the modifications you have implemented. Is the second scenario is clear? I hope. Yeah. So here in this second case, maintenance is easier because if any modifications are there, I just share that particular class or the complete WAR file to a consumer. So where I can reuse it, and for you maintenance would be easier. But here also you have the same challenge. Whatever version, say suppose I have a Java 8 version and you have modified to Java 10 with some updates, some jar files. So you can send me only those updated jar files or the complete software to me. Okay. But to avoid these drawbacks, the third approach is here we have a very simple, straightforward, where the changes will be up to date to me. That is nothing but a service. You create one service. The best way to access the functionalities from one application to another service is a service. Now my application is a retail business. Your application, you have all these 1,000 classes. Now we both are two different applications. I want the classes from your application. So best way we use service mechanism. That is what we are discussing, service. So what we do in the service, you will deploy all these 1,000 classes in a server. Okay. Now you'll have a server. Okay. All these 1,000 classes you try to deploy in your server at your server side. This is your service now. You're going to give me a service. You created a service. So as I'm a consumer, I need these services for me with updates, latest updates. So I'm a service provider. Sorry, you are a service provider. And here I am a service consumer. Fine. Now how the request, so I asked for the API to access your service. Now I'll just pass a request here. Boss, I want this service, this particular service, which is on your data server. So I send a request. Okay, so I have a request. So ask for these APIs, whatever is in this service, what this service has, all the 1,000 classes and the functions in it. So I ask for this APIs. Means API means now the classes inside this your server in your service. So I ask for the APIs. Now I have to make an agreement with you that in which way you will give me these APIs, whether in a JSON format, whether all the services will you give me, or will you give me only limited services. There will be an agreement. Means the level of accessibility. Will you give me all 1,000 classes, only few important classes, and based on the agreement, the deal will happen. Okay, a level of accessibility you can say. So here, and you'll give me the response. Now, whatever modification you may do in this 1,000 classes, any changes in these methods, it's in your service now, in your database. So always whenever I want add method, whenever we want add method, whatever changes you have done, always I pass a request. And so that I get the every time the modified and latest changes done to that method. This is how the service consumer is always provided with the latest data from the server. Maintenance is easier, reusability is also there. So this is called as a service. So how these services are shared to the user or the customer, consumer? Through web. Okay. So such services access to over network is known as a web service. So this is a web service. I think it's better to, it's a web service. And I hope that you are clear with what is a service, what is a web service. So we can make one definition of web service is nothing but so web service is a collection. Is a collection of what? Of functions. As we were talking about, generally a function is a collection of APIs or functions.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Selenium by answering this question. In which of the following is Selenium variables are stored? A. Variable store. B. Stored vars. C. Stored variables. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Or I can call in different languages, different things you call methods or tasks, which are deployed in one server. The same thing we did here. So all your 100 classes containing the respective APIs, functions, methods are deployed in one server, and that service is given an access for the end user based on the agreement you did. This is a web service. How the communication is through web. So it is a web service. Now, based on this web service, what is an API? As it is application programming interface. Okay. So here, how two services are communicating with each other. Now, how this user is communicating with this service provider via request and response. This is what? This is your API. So here I am interacting with an API, some interface. If I want this service, I have to pass a request to the other application and get the response. So here I am communicating with other end via API. Like best example, you can say Paytm. Through Paytm, you can do metro recharge, mobile recharge, right? So Paytm is one application. Paytm is one application where is in turn communicating with another application, metro recharge. Right? Yes, we are now. This is, you can say your client is already on this UI of metro, where it is in turn passing a request of recharging or charging anything details to the metro site, where metro has its own services, metro recharge or other functionalities are there. You can get them via web. So here you have in between the APIs for metro APIs. Metro APIs. Now, who is having to whom this Metro APIs are given? To the Paytm is a client now. So that based on these APIs given to Paytm from Metro, he can access it, e-services. Now, with this, at least the overview of where API comes, what is a service, what a service contains, why we call it as a web service is clear to I think the whole team, right? So just
Yes.
now before going to the next part, this is all about introduction section. Okay, here we have the introduction to web application and its architecture. What is APIs? What is web services? Now, how does the API internally work? This is all about this discussion. So we are done with this much part. Now, as you know, you are a consumer. Okay, I do one thing also. Content, I can't take this copy. So as a consumer, you're sending the request, you're using the API to get the underlying service from the service provider, right? So here we are accessing all the add APIs, sub APIs, mul API, everything, the functions. I'm calling now APIs, not functions, okay? So how you give a request now? So when I say request, how exactly you're giving a request so that the provider understands. So always the request, you send it as an URL. So when you observe your Google, this is your URL. You're sending a request in the form of URL. So I'll share it here only. Request URL. Now when you're sending a request, normally, is the font size okay? When you're sending a URL, we say the HTTP, right? Colon, and then say www. maybe facebook.com. This is how you give your URL. Sometimes you find some URL, some banking site, you see HTTPS. Now what is this part? If you have any idea, HTTP?
It's a protocol.
Exactly, it's a protocol. how you're sending your request. So you see here HTTPS, yes indicates it's a secure, right? Secure protocol, right? So this is a protocol. After that, you pass the actual server where you need to hit it, right? This you can call as a host name. Let me do one thing. This is a protocol. You can say this as a host name. They're very basic, you all might be knowing it, or also you can call as a server name. And maybe let us go back to our calculator instead of Facebook, because we know the methods in it. Calculator.com. So this is your host. Inside this calculator, you have many things. You're going to do some arithmetic operators or sign operators or things. So I take a base path. Let's suppose mathematics is a base path. And in that mathematics, what exactly you need? We want our add method, right? Add, but our add method was taking 2 inputs. The 2 inputs I can pass using query parameter question mark. X is taking a value 10, comma, Y is taking a value 20. So mathematics will become your base path and add will become your resource. Add is your resource. And actually, what is this? It's a query input to that resource. Called as a parameters, giving a data. As you're giving during, call it as query parameter. You can pass this input in different ways. That's a different part. So this is how your URL will be, request URL will be sent via your protocol, HTTP protocol. Okay. But if you take this URL in the form of Postman, how you send it? What is this? You're getting an add method. Okay, you're getting an add method. You're not creating it. You're getting it. So when you talk about, when you discuss this, I'll copy the same URL. I think this will not come now. So this is our URL. So here, what type of request it is? A method, type of method. It's a get request. You're getting the functionality of the add. But with the add, actually, you're passing the data as well. Before getting, you're passing the data as well. So the get, even though it is a get method, it will take some inputs. So how the inputs you're passing? In the form of body, request body. So the body will be given in a form of JSON format, like square inside the square. Array means you indicate with a square bracket. It's only 2 inputs, right? X and Y value. So within curly brackets, you pass what are the keys and value. The first key is X. Always JSON format is a key and a value. String format, X is a key and associative value separated by colon, and the value is 10. So the value 10 can be in a string or a number format, comma. Second input is Y with a colon, value 20. This is how also internally the data will be accessed. So based on this request, we get the response again back in a JSON format or XML format and converted back into a readable format. Fine. Let me just 1 second. Now coming to the next point, that is introductions to API. Anyways, we have discussed it. Just in short, we will have a look. Introduction to API. It's an application programming interface. It is an interface. Interface means it is acting as a middle layer between your client and your business logic wherever it resides. Because here, if you look into your slide, here comes your API. It's an intermediate layer between your endpoint and your client. Okay. So when two software systems are communicating with each other, because in between there is an API. So this API helps the two systems to communicate. That is, maybe see where is this add method is residing in your database, right? So it is communicating with the database and giving the output, and that output is processed in your function, add function, and giving back to the client. So two systems are there. One is your business logic, as we discussed here, business logic and database. Database is having the data, business logic having the code. You're sending a request, APIs are going back to the database, interpreting the database, the table over the database, picking the result and reaching the client. Fine. This is the project, e-commerce project we are going to see. So any e-commerce you can take, but mainly they have mentioned that as a Flipkart. So we can see how the Flipkart, you can make test case and implement your whatever the concepts we have learned in the Selenium. So in this project, they are asking us in the Selenium project, you have to develop a page object model framework. Okay, so the concept of page object model. So page object is also there, page factory is also there. I hope you recollect that concept, page object and page factory. So these two concepts are used to collect all the locators of a particular page and save it in a class, or your scenario related web elements locators, save it in a class. Okay, so where the variables would be used in the method, and you can call that method in the respective test case. So using page object model, and what is the functionality? It should be used for buying a product on the Flipkart. So now everyone have, you have an understanding how the product search buying process on the e-commerce sites, right? So you need to buy a product. So let's understand what is the search scenario is. The scenario is you need to buy a product. Now to buy a product, initially you have to search a product. Okay, the product they are requesting is the iPhone, which is having a memory size. You can select a memory size, and then after searching, add that product to the cart and do the shipping on the entered address, and proceed ahead. Proceed ahead in the sense making the payment and sort of thing, and log out from the page. So this is the actual scenario of this project. Now to work with this scenario, they are asking us to use Eclipse. You can implement the Maven project. Already we discussed how to create a Maven project. You can create similarly a Maven project for the Flipkart. To make a test case of searching a product and buying, use TestNG, add the TestNG jar files. As they are asked you to implement page object model. Now, if you're using Maven project, you know the jar files should be added in your POM file. So deploy POM file for handling the dependencies. Means I need Selenium jars, TestNG, all those jar files to the Maven, I'll add through POM file, right? So then fetch and store the result in a file. So maybe HTML file or something, your TestNG report, you can save it in your workspace location or itself in the project also. This is your site. As in the project, they have put Flipkart. I'm just taking with respect to Flipkart. That's it. You can test with or write test case on any site, no problem. So when you open this URL, now we need to understand how manually you can steps you do the same way. I'll take it for the automation. Once I open this site, I'm on this page. Now they asked for the requirements. I'm writing down now whatever the requirement they gave us. I'm understanding the requirements. I'm writing it in our understandable form. Steps. First, open the application. Okay, whatever the application they have given, open it. I need to search for a product, right? Find the search web element. Where is the search here? Here, this is the search. I need to find this element and enter the iPhone. Okay, so I have to search, find this web element and enter iPhone word or the product name there. You know the process of inspection. Inspect it, understand the web elements, the properties of it. It's having an input tag, type is there, value, name is equal to Q. So with, I don't have ID here, so I can go for name. When name is equal to Q, find this element. Hope everyone know how to find the element, right? Correct? Driver dot find element by dot name Q, right? Clear? So as they asked for the page object model, let me show you the example which we already implemented the page object model. Okay, page Okay, so this is an approach of page object model. In page object model, I just collect all the locators. I'm taking a class. In that class, I collect all the locators which are required for my scenario. So our scenario is searching for a product and buying it. So you're going to collect all the locators to this. Now your first locator is search, right? So what I do, name is equal to Q. So this name is equal to Q. By dot name is equal to whatever the value Q, I pass it to a variable. Maybe that is a search. Understanding? Search. So just for your understanding, I'll take this copy of this file, copy it. I'm pasting here only. I say as POM, page object model is my name of the class. I'm opening this class and let me edit these features. So I'm taking the first feature. So this is my class. So I have a name is equal to Q and I give the variable name as search. Okay, this is my first locator. Now once I enter some data here, iPhone something. After entering the data, I'm getting all the iPhones. Now next is what your requirement was. After entering, select the memory size, right? So for memory in this page, you have some options. I think for memory, RAM size, okay, less than 520 or 2 GB, whatever. I need to click on this, right? Inspect it. Once you inspect, this is a div tag with some class value you got. Going for the XPath, using CrowPath, I'm finding it. Section 4 having div label and some value.
Just a quick info, guys. If you wish to learn testing and make a career in it, then we have a good news for you. Intellipaat provides Test Architect Master Course in collaboration with IBM and Microsoft. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Suppose, say that this is my path. Okay, I'm just taking this as an example. This is the path, XPath. I take this as a RAM is my variable name, which is for selecting the memory, right? Now, similarly, the next point is what? Select the product after selecting the memory. So I click on this box. I need to do a click action. Once I click, I got some search output. I have to click on this component so that I can add it to the cart. I have to select the product and then add it to the cart, right? Our requirements. Select the product after the memory selection and add it to the cart and purchase. I have to click on this area anywhere. You can click on the phone, image, or any of this location, or you can inspect it. It is an image tag having some class. Okay, this is the XPath which it got generated. So consider this is my XPath. In this manner, the way you are searching, if I click on this image link or whatever the phone, I'm getting a new tab open where I have an option. Here also you have an add to cart. Also I have here a button add to cart. Inspect this add to cart. So once then click on the inspect this place order, click on it. Now you have to fill these 4 steps. You have to first log in. Once you're entering your mobile number, some number you're obviously it will ask you the OTP number. You have to give manually the OTP number. Some number I passed, something. Okay, that's not my number. Okay, enter OTP. Okay, whatever a number OTP number you will get it. You can have to enter manually, or you can randomly. So this number you can also read it from Excel file. Okay, that also you can do, or send keys also. There's some OTP number 222 I gave. Set password. Some password I gave. Sign up. Invalid OTP. Okay, that is different story. If you give a valid OTP, sign up will happen. Then address. You have to fill the address. Then summary, payment details, and then close the logout from this application. So all locators. So now in this page object model, what I'm doing? First, I need the locator for search. I need an option to select the memory. I need to click on the phone. Similarly, I'll save some of the locators, some more locators where sell add to cart, maybe placeholder, place an order, right? Signing in, OTP generation, password, all the locators I'll save here. Okay. So saving all the locators in one place in a class itself is a concept of page object model. Now next is what you need to do, a login. I mean to say search. So I'll create a method. My method name is do search or do add to cart. Add to cart is my functionality. So how do you add to cart? I need to find an element and enter some data, right? So to add to cart, you have a search option. You need to enter some data to the search option. So find that search driver dot find by no need of by, because already find element you have this search. Find element by this search. After finding the element, I need to send some data, right? Send keys. Send keys what? iPhone. Once you find the iPhone, I need to click enter on the same search, right? So on the same search dot send keys, I can pass here keys dot enumerated class enter. Click an enter key so that I'll get a next search. What? Selection of the RAM. So RAM locator is also here. So what I have to do? If you want some wait period, also you can give driver dot find element the RAM. Find the RAM, and what to do? I have to click on that checkbox, right? Click. Understanding, guys, what we are doing? After clicking on the RAM, I may get an image, the particular matching related phone which I have collected the path. I need to click on this image driver. Now you may say, now all the time I may not search iPhone. I may search different product. You can go for parameterization. Getting? So parameterization means the search what you're doing for the product is a string. Product is a parameter name. So whatever would be the product name, I would replace in the search. This is a parameterization. From where the data to these parameters will come from? You may have Excel file. Excel will have the names iPhone, mobile phones or normal phones, whatever is it, computers, right? You have to write another class, as we already discussed, a program to read a data from an Excel. You have to write that class here in this package of your Maven project, which will read the column data, the product column data from Excel, and pass it to this method, right? Whatever data will come to this parameter will get substituted to your the particular step. That's a parameterization. Now similarly, product name you can parameterize, RAM size also you can parameterize. Whatever is the data in Excel file, take the same RAM for this functionality. Okay, so you don't go directly for the parameterization. First do direct passing the data and check it. If it is working, then take the same code with another class name, okay, and try to implement the parameterization. Do step by step. Don't go directly, because things will get complex. You may not understand initially where the changes to be done. Getting? So first what we did, step for searching the search bar, enter the product name, whatever you get here, the input. Then I have clicked enter. I'm selecting the RAM size, clicking on it, image, clicking on it. I may have next the button to place an order, then something place order. Then second, you may have a button to add to cart. Then you have to find the element to sign up. Sign up, okay, and then you have a logout. So logout, if you don't want sign up, if you don't want write here, you can make a separate test case, public void sign up, because sign up needs username password. You can do sign up code here. Instead of doing sign up and log out over here, you can call here sign up code and separate method again in the class for logout. So you have this individual function. This one is adding to cart, search a product, add to cart. You can write here instead of add to cart, search a product, login, logout. So three methods are there to do the search and adding to the cart. Now how I can't execute this particular class, right? Because there's no main method to run it. So what I have to do, I have to create a class which can run, right? So in my test case, in the package name test case, if you want, you can create one more package here. Flipkart is my package name. In this package, you can create a TestNG class, create a search test case, add it. In the Flipkart, you have a search test case. Now, as you know, before searching anything, you have to launch the application. You can call the annotations now, add before method, right? Public void launch is a method where you need to write this launching code system.set property, right? Launch the Flipkart, import the annotations. Now you need to launch the Flipkart here, flipkart.com. Now here coming to the functionality of a search. Now I need the methods are already in our class, right? .java class. I need to call these methods. So you have to create an object for this class. So when you're creating an object, as you have a constructor, you have to pass, import it from that particular import POM from source code. Now, where's the file? Source main Java. So you have to pass there's a constructor. I have to pass this WebDriver to it. Let me declare this WebDriver commonly. These all points we have already discussed, right? So I'm just making the changes accordingly. So pass this driver, which is pointing to your Chrome driver with the Flipkart to this. With this instance, with this object p dot, you see a search. Where's search here? Search, give the product name. I'm giving the product name iPhone. I'm passing it directly now. Okay, I'm not implementing in Excel. And whatever data is here, iPhone, that will get substituted in the search. That will be in turn passed to your search web element. After doing, now when you call this search functionality, what will happen? It will find the element, it will click on the RAM, whatever you have selected, whatever the path is there, image clicking, everything. Then at the end, you have to do a login. So p dot call the login and then log out at the end. So you're just calling the methods. The code in each method is implemented in your class. Okay, this is what is expected. So according to your functionality, this is what we have done. So when you run that TestNG class, you'll get a report that your search functionality executed. Here.
So for finding the element and for performing any action, Selenium will help you out. But for testing and reporting, you need another tool or another framework, which is basically called TestNG, right? So TestNG will help you to test and report back whatever errors it found, right? But for finding any element on any website which you have mentioned in the code and performing any certain action on it is basically the role of Selenium. Testing it and reporting it is but done by TestNG. Okay, and that is why TestNG is used. So what is TestNG exactly? TestNG is basically an automated testing framework where NG basically means next generation. So basically testing next generation, that is the keyword over here. It is a testing framework which has been basically been inspired from JUnit, which is basically yet another testing framework just like TestNG, but TestNG is more popular and that's why we're using it today, right? And it is a little more powerful than your JUnit testing framework. Okay, so what are the features of TestNG? TestNG basically makes use of some annotations. What are annotations? We'll get into it later, but TestNG makes use of annotations. It also helps you in creating reports. It also helps in parallel text execution if you have Selenium Grid installed. And there are a host other features as well, but these three are the most important features. That is, it supports parallel execution, it generates HTML reports for you, and it makes use of annotations, which I'll tell you how they are important as we move along. Okay, so setting up TestNG, it's pretty simple, guys. Go to help, click on install new software, and then you would be all set. Now, before we move along, guys, let us create our first test case. So all we have to do is I'll go to Eclipse, right? And this is our code where we will be starting off. So first thing that you have to do is you have to import the libraries which you have downloaded in the Maven dependency. So how do you import that in your programming workspace? You will have to write some import commands, right? So what are those import commands? So first you will have to import Selenium library. In Selenium library there's a function called by, the function called WebDriver, and there's something called as Chrome driver. So all these you will have to import. So let's specify that, right? Let's paste it here, click on save, and then it gives you a warning, and this warning is basically because you're not using whatever you imported as of now, right? Which is actually okay, because now we're going to start off with our test, right? Now the next thing that you do is you're making use of Selenium WebDriver. So let's create an object of the WebDriver. So let's type in Let me see if I can make the text a little bigger for you guys. Okay, so WebDriver, this is the library name, and then now let's create an object for it. So let's call the object as driver. Okay, so as you can see, once you have used the WebDriver library, now the warning button has gone, but now it says the object that you have created, driver, is not being used anywhere. All right, no issues. Next thing that we do is we basically go on and tell our code that we want to use Chrome. Now, how do we do that? We basically write something such as system.setProperty, and then we specify the Chrome driver library that we have used, and that library we specify the executable for Chrome so that it can execute Chrome for all its tests. Right, so let me just copy this and we'll talk more about this. Right, so now I have the testing line over here, says system.setProperty. So webdriver.chrome.driver, right? This is something that we are using. And what are we using? We are basically using a Chrome driver. This is basically an executable which you'll have to download based on your Chrome version, right? For example, how do you find out your Chrome version? Just click on these three buttons, click on help, click on about Google Chrome, and then you would be able to see your Google Chrome version, which is 78 for me, right? Once you have this version, just go on a new tab, type in download Chrome driver. You will see the first link, just click on that, and then it'll ask you which version do you want to download. So you have the 79 version, the 78, the 77, and you can also, if you have an older Chrome version, you can also go ahead and download the older versions over here. So you have 76, you have 75, all of them are available over here. You can download it, right? So in our case, we need Chrome driver 78 because that is what my browser is. So I'll just click here. It will take me to the screen, and then based on your operating system, you can choose which one do you want. So in our case, I'm basically working on Windows. So I'll just click on Win32 and I'd be able to download the Chrome driver for myself, right? So once I have that, I can just go here. So here it is, the Chrome driver has been downloaded. And what I've done is you can just double click here and you'll find the Chrome driver executable here. Just copy this, save it at a place, and mention that file path in your code, which is basically over here. So in my case, the Chrome driver basically which I downloaded exists in a folder which is Chrome 3 in downloads, and that's what I mentioned over here.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Selenium by answering this question. Select the language which is not supported by Selenium. A. PHP, B. Java, C. ASP, D. C#. Comment your answers in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answers. Now, let's continue with the session.
All right, so once you have the executable in place, now your WebDriver has been set, so it now knows how to open Chrome. Your code knows how to open Chrome. The next step would be to define, to initialize your object as a Chrome driver, which is a driver, right? So let's do that. So the Chrome driver, which we basically now imported over here, we want to initialize that, and we're going to say that this particular driver object is of the type Chrome driver also. All right, all good. So now we have set the driver, and now the next step is to open a website. And to open a website, the code is this, which is driver.get. So I can specify which website to go on to by using the function which is get, right? So driver is the object in which I will write .get, and I will specify the website name, which is, let's say in my case, facebook.com, right? So let's try this first. Let's try to open this website. So let me just save this code, and now let me click on play. So what I want to run is 1 second. I want to basically run this particular file, and for running this I have to run it as a Java application. Alright, so as you can see, the Chrome page opened, and now I'm on facebook.com. Great. So this is step one as to how you can open facebook.com, and you can actually mention anything over here. Let's say I mention Intellipaat.com over here. Let's see what happens then. So I mentioned Intellipaat.com and I hit on the run button, and now it will open Intellipaat.com for me. So as you can see, my browser has now opened Intellipaat.com. Cool. So we are done with Selenium being able to interact with Chrome. We're good with that. Now let's go ahead and let's talk about how to find elements. Right. So as you can see, we have imported the by library. Right. So the first thing that I want to do is driver dot find element dot by. Okay, I might not be getting the syntax right over here. So it's find element, driver dot find element, right? So this is the syntax for that, right? And then in the brackets you specify what you want. So I want it to be done or searched with a particular parameter that I want to specify, right? So let me just copy everything over here. Right, and as you can see, now it will find the element by ID. I don't want to find by ID. What I basically want to do is I want to find it using XPath. Or let us actually, let's try to go on this website. So we'll go to this website which we were discussing, right? And what I want to do is I want to go to Java card link, and for that the XPath is that, right? So let's copy this XPath, and I'll say driver.find element by.xpath, and I'll mention the XPath over here, which is this, and I'll put a semicolon, which will basically end the code, right? So now what I'm doing is, as you can see, the by warning has also gone because I've used by now. So it is finding an element which basically has Java card, that is this particular link, and what I want to do is I want to click on it. So I'll just add dot click, right? Let me remove the extra semicolon over here, and now my Selenium test will basically go on this website, it'll click on the Java card, and then it will end the test. So if I click on Java card, let's see how the website looks like. So the website basically looks like this. So this website should be opened by my Selenium by running this code. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's save the code. Let's click on run, and let's see our Selenium web case work. So it opened that website, and then now it should click on Java card. So it is loading the website, and now it clicked on the Java card automatically. As you can see, the website opened and you have the Java card downloads, and this is basically the window which is being controlled by the automated test software, right? So it automatically did that. Let's do something more interesting, right? Let's go to, let's go to google.com. So let's go to www.google.com, right? And let's go here on www.google.com, and let's search for Intellipaat, right? Let's search in this search bar for Intellipaat. So if it types Intellipaat over here, I wanted to just write Intellipaat over here, right? So let's see how we can do that. So first I'll have to inspect, and for inspecting this search bar I'll have to click on this particular button, click on the search bar, and then I should get something like this. I go to Crow Paths, and this is the XPath for it. Let's copy it, come back in a code. I want to find this particular element, and then I want to type into it, which is basically send keys function, and what I want to type is Intellipaat inside it. Let's see how this goes, right? So now let's click on the run button. So this should now open a browser, which will go to google.com. So let's give it some time. It's opening the browser. Okay, I think something went wrong. Just check. Okay, so here I'm getting an error. It says exception in thread, invalid argument, and I think the reason for that is I did not specify HTTPS. It should now work, right? Let's try this again. All right, let's hit on run. So Chrome opened, it went on Google, and as you can see, it typed in Intellipaat automatically, right? And this is what was intended. Now what I want to do is I want to do something, some test I want to do. Let's say I click here and then I get all these suggestions, right? So if I'm getting these suggestions, I will check for all these suggestions, and if these suggestions are there, then the test will pass. But as you can see in Selenium, I do not have any option which basically allows me that. So I will have to use a software which can basically check if I'm able to see all these texts or not, right? So if I'm able to see all these texts, then the test should pass. And for that exact same thing, we need something called as TestNG, right? So TestNG basically helps us to create tests, and in order to go ahead and do it, what I need to do is I need to first import the TestNG package. So let's do that. I will go to Selenium and I will go to my text editor, and this is the import which is required for annotations in TestNG. Let's copy this, let's paste it here. So now my TestNG should be, so I have to add the TestNG library. Let's do that. So as you can see, TestNG library has now been added, and now this TestNG I can actually be able to use. So but before we start to use TestNG, let's just go back to our slide. So we have set up TestNG in our environment. Next step is there is something called as annotations. So what are annotations, guys? Annotations basically decide the flow of the program. What do you mean by that? Let's say I want to test a particular thing in TestNG, or I want to, before I execute the test, I basically want some pre actions to be taken. For example, let's say I want to go to a particular website, or I want to import some libraries, or I want to set the environment. So if there is anything that you want to do before the test starts, you can actually specify that using annotations, or if there is anything that you want to do after the test, that also you can specify using annotations. So no matter where in the code you specify these annotations, they will work according to what they have been programmed to, as in they basically helps you in doing sequencing. For example, you have something called as @ before suit, you have something called as @ before test, @ before class, @ before method, and @test. So, right? So whatever test you write has to go inside @test. So that will be treated as a test in Selenium whenever you mention this particular annotation. Whatever annotation is there, such as @ before method, @ before class, @ before test, all of these will be executed before, as it is written, before your test executes. right? So let's see how we can do that. Let me go to my website, right, or my Eclipse. So now let's specify, let's say @before test. This is the annotation, and obviously I'll have to import all the annotations in TestNG. So let's do that. So I specified @before test, and what I want to do is, let me just paste it here, right? So @before test, and now what I want to do is, let's say I type in system dot out dot println, and then I specify, let's say before test text. Let's say I specify this. Okay, this @before test will actually not need your main method. So let me do this, guys. I actually have a sample program in place. Let me open that so that I can demonstrate it to you, right? So over here, as you can see, there is no main function, right? So main function basically depicts the starting of your program. So if in my app.java, if I don't put the main function, my code will not know which function to run first, because there is no starting of the code, right? So let's say @before test, and what I specify is, let's say public void test, right? This is the function, and I include my program in this function. All right. Okay, so if you see this code, as you can see over here, there is nothing which has been mentioned as main. There's no main function in this program, and that is similar to what I'm also doing in this particular program. I just need to mention @before test before this particular function. Okay, so nowhere in my code I am basically calling my test function, but still this program will execute. Right now, how will it execute? So let's say this is before test text. This is what you have written over here, and then what I do is let me just remove everything from here, and let me just put @test annotation here, and let me define one more function. Let's say public void test2 function. Okay, and in this block of code I mentioned the rest of the code. So I have two functions now. I have the test function and I have the test2 function, and irrespective of what is happening over here, let me just comment all of this. I don't want to do anything, I just want to run my annotation, and what I do is I just mention, let's say I print system dot out and dot print ln basically means a new line, and I say this is the main test. Okay, so now what will happen is, since I have no main function, my program should not know which function to run first. But still, if I click on the run app.java button, you would be able to see that I have the before, this is the main test, right? And then before that I had the before test text. Let me just comment these lines also so that a browser does not open, right? So let me just save this program and run it again. So as you can see, now you have two things which are running. Let me just make this command prompt a little bigger. So it says before test text, and then it says this is the main test. So first this line is executing, and then this line is executing, right? Let me now change the annotations. Let me now say this is @before test, and let's say this is @test. Now what should happen? Let's see. Let's click on this button and let's see what is the output. So as you can see, it says this is the main test first, and then it says before test text. But although if you look at the code, this particular code comes first and then this particular code comes, right? But these annotations basically help you to decide which code should be executed in the first manner and then which code should be executed. Let me show you one more very interesting thing, right? So you have defined a function which is @before test. Let me write one more @test. Okay, and now let me just type in public void test2 and then type in system.out.println and now let's type in the text. Let's say this is the second test. Let's give a semicolon and let's say the function is test3. Okay, so this is my @test, this is also my @test, and this is @before test. Now what will happen? What do you think? So let me execute it first and then I'll tell you what basically happens. So I'll just click on the run button and let's look at the output. So it says this is the main test, then it says before test text, then it says this is the second text, right? So what is happening basically? So first it runs before test, and then here you have the text, this is the main test. Okay, this is what you see over here. Then it runs the test, which is the first test that we wrote, which is before test text. It runs that, and then it again runs, this is the second text, right? And which is basically this. Okay, now let me write one more annotation over here, which is @before method, right? And let's specify a function over here, which is, let's say, test4. And here I am just printing again, and what I'm printing is test method. Okay, now let's see what happens. I'll again click on the run button. Now just look at what just happened. It says this is the main test, or we can actually just rename everything once. So in my @test, this is the second test, this is the first test, then you have @before method, this is before test method, and then I have before test, so this is my before test. Okay, let me hit on the run button now, and now let's analyze the result. It's very interesting, guys. So the first thing that you see, it says this is the before test, okay, which is basically my function, which is this particular function, which is @before test. This is the before test. You get this? Then you have something called as before test method. This is the before test method, which is basically the annotation @before method. Then you get, this is the first test, which is basically the @test annotation, where you have this particular print statement. Then you again get before test method, which is basically this particular function over here, right? And then only it basically executes the second test, which is this is the second test. right? So what does this tell us about annotations? So this tells us about annotations that @before test is executed only once, right, before your testing begins. Then no matter how many tests you have in that testing suite, before every test, this before method annotation function will run, right? As is evident over here, that before method test ran before the first test, and before test method also ran before the second test. Okay, so whatever functions you want to specify for whatever pre commands that you have to run before any test, all of that can be specified inside the before method annotation. And this is exactly what annotations are all about. You can control the flow of your program using annotations in TestNG. Okay, now let's talk about a very important part, which is basically the @test method, which basically has your main code. And for that, let me just copy everything which we wrote before, and let's complete the test that we were creating, right? So @test method, you have this, and then you have this code. All right, so let's just remove all the comments. Right, let's save the code, and now let's run this code. So it opens Google and it types in Intellipaat. Now let's create a test. So what I want to do is I want to go to Intellipaat website, and I want to search for DevOps, and then I want to click on search. Then on the search page, I want to check for DevOps certification course, and if it exists, I want to click on that course. And on the course page, I want to verify whether I have the DevOps certification training text present or not. Okay, so this is the test that I'm going to create. So let's do that. So first, what I want to do is I want to go to www.intellipaat.com. Over there, I want to find an element that is a search bar element. So let's do that. Let me go to the browser and let me go to intellipaat.com. So this is the search bar that you will just see over here. So let's inspect this search bar. This is the one. The XPath is this. Let's copy it and let's paste it over here. Right? So this is the XPath for it, and what I want to search for is DevOps. Right? Let's see if this is executing. If this is executing, we'll go ahead. Let's save the code and let's run the browser. Right? So it should open intellipaat.com. And it should now type in DevOps. Great. So this has been done by my code. The next thing that I want to do is I want to click on search. So in order to do that, I again would have to inspect the element, which is search. This is the XPath for that. Let's copy it. Let's paste the XPath, and let's paste this line, which will basically check for this XPath. And what I want to do is I want to click on this button, and for doing that, what I have to do is, one second, I'll have to change the .send keys. I'll have to change it to click, and I'll have to remove everything from in between. Great. So now I should click on the search button once I click on DevOps. Great. Now let's click on the run button. This will open the intellipaat.com website. It'll type in DevOps, and then it'll click on search. Great. So now I am on the search page, and I want to click on this particular course or this particular course, right? So how do I do that? So again, I would go back to my website.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Selenium by answering this question. In which of the following is Selenium variables are stored? A. Variable store. B. Stored vars. C. Stored variables. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
I will search for DevOps, and on the page I will have to click on DevOps certification training, right? This is where I want to click on. So what I'll do is I'll just one second, guys. So now what I'll do is I'll inspect this, and I'll copy the XPath for this. I'll again go back. I will paste the XPath here, right? I will specify that I want to find this element, and then I will specify that I want to click on it, right? So let's see if this works. So now it should open Intellipaat. It should search for DevOps. On the DevOps search page, I should click on DevOps certification training. And yes, so I'm here, I'm on the DevOps certification page. Great. The next step is to be on the course page. We have to verify if the page is having DevOps certification training as the header, which is basically I want to check whether this particular text is mentioned in my website or not once I've reached on this page. So if everything goes well, it should land up on this page, and for my Selenium code to verify it's on this page, I'll have to verify if it's able to find an element which is looks something like this. Okay, so let's do that. So I'll go again to my web page, and I want to see if I'm able to find this header. Great. Let's inspect this, and let's inspect this header. This is the XPath. Let's copy it. Alright, so let's first paste the XPath. Let's find this element, and once we have found it, let me just type in get text. Right, and let's save this value inside a variable. Let's call this variable as string header, and then this is header, or let's call it as let's say test string. Okay, so test string now should have DevOps certification training. So let's check. Let's try to echo this system.out.println. Let's go ahead and try to print this variable, which is test string. Let's give the semicolon after that, save it, and now let's click on run. So now it should open the browser. It should go to intellipaat.com. It should write DevOps. It should click on search. It should then go on the course page, and then once the page is loaded, it should go ahead and print this particular header. Let's see if that is printed. Yes, so the test has been printed over here. The next thing that I have to do, guys, is I'll have to check for this test string, which is whether it is having this particular text or not, right? So how do we do that? One step is this, wherein you can actually check in the command line whether that is working or not, or you also happen to have a command in Selenium which can basically check if your text is equal to this particular string or not, right? So there's a command for that. I think I forgot that command. Let me just check it once. It should be there in some of my tests that I've created. Just give me 1 second, guys. Should be here somewhere. Yes, so here it is. So it says that this is the text, guys. Let's just copy this and let me just paste it over here, right? So here what it basically happens is that you specify the second variable or the second string is compared with the first string, and if that is done, then it says your test has passed, and otherwise it will say that your test has failed, which basically means that let's first try to go onto our page and let's try to remove this, right? And now you can actually see the definition. So assert and then dot assert equals, so it says boolean actual and boolean what is expected. So boolean actual is what we have got from the website, and boolean expected is what is there in my what is there that I expect in the variable, right? So this boolean expected is something that I'll have to specify, and then boolean actual is something that I'll have to fetch from the text. So what we need is not boolean, we basically need string. So string actual and string expected, right? So because our what we're trying to get is string. So let's just click on this, and now actual what is expected. So actual is this particular string, so let's just name it as actual, right? And what is expected, so let's specify expected as well, string expected, and let's specify the text. So we basically want our Intellipaat website, this particular text is expected. Right, so let's just paste it over here and give a semicolon. So then it will check whether my actual string that I've got from my website, whether it is equal to expected or not. Let's save this, and now let's click on run, and let's see how it goes. Right, so now it will go to intellipaat.com, search for DevOps, click on search, then it will reach the search page, it will again click on the course page, and if the test goes well, you should see something like it says passed, right? Which means that your test has been completed successfully. Let's say we change the expected value. Let's say I remove the online word from here. Let's see what happens then. So I'll just save this, I'll run the code, Let me just close the other window. Yeah, so now it'll again go to Intellipaat. It'll search for DevOps. Click on search. Click on DevOps course. And now it will do the test. And let's see if the test. So it says failures 1, as you can see, and you've got a log over here, and it says expected DevOps certification training course, but find DevOps certification course online, right? And this is what we were expected to do.
Just a quick info, guys. If you wish to learn testing and make a career in it, then we have a good news for you. Intellipaat provides Test Architect Master Course in collaboration with IBM and Microsoft. The course link of which is given in the description below.